inflation overall is starting to come down.
It's not a problem that'll ever be solved by governments or...
Joe Linkant. Today is National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Former FBI agent Clark Frogley calls it a call to action.
It's not a problem that'll ever be solved by governments or businesses. It's going to require everybody doing everything they can to really help us identify when this is occurring.
Nearly 28 million victims of forced labor or sexual exploitation. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Rich Zeoli.
Every time I see you on TV, man, I gotta say, you got the Sonny Corleone hair going and it looks great, man.
Thank you. Luckily, I don't have Sonny's temper all the time. And unlike Sonny Corleone, I have Easy Pass. Thank you for getting that, guys. I appreciate that.
What a reference.
Sonny Corleone at Easy Pass. He'd be alive today, damn it.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I'm about to tell you a secret that'll make the insurance companies madder than a wet hen. Major insurance companies use a software called Colossus to tell them what the firm you hire is likely to settle your case for. Google it yourself. They know which law firms can lowball and take the last best offer, not us. Google our firm and see billions recovered from those very same insurance companies. They know who we are, and now you know it too. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
I'm Ashley Webster.
I'm Kennedy.
I'm Jason Chaffetz, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, January 11th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. It's a busy week for the president's son. After causing a congressional committee meltdown Wednesday in a contempt hearing, he's facing felony tax charges in a Los Angeles courtroom today.
Hunter's being arraigned in California on these tax charges. Well, that'll get some attention, but it's all going to be framed now within the circus that they produced.
I'm Dave Anthony. Congress is on deadline yet again to avert another possible government shutdown. And some Republicans would rather it shut down than approve short-term funding that increases deficit spending.
This is a year like none other. And unfortunately, timidity and half measures are not what's going to save this country.
And I'm Dr. Rebecca Grant. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
At a hearing where Congressional Oversight Committee members were considering a resolution to hold Hunter Biden in contempt, Hunter Biden himself showed up in the audience section, sitting next to his attorney, and some Republicans just about lost it.
You are the epitome of white privilege, coming into the Oversight Committee, spitting in our face, ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed. What are you afraid of?
South Carolina Republican Nancy Mace said Biden's defiance of a subpoena last month should result in him going to jail right then.
You're here for a political stunt. This is just a PR stunt to you. This is just a game that you are playing with the American people. You're playing with the truth.
Democrats like Florida's Jared Moskowitz insisted that the Oversight Committee chairman had said Biden could testify in an open hearing, not just a closed-door deposition.
I'll make this bipartisan. I'll vote for the Hunter contempt today. You can get my vote. You can get my vote, but I want you to show the American people that you're serious. Here is the subpoena to Representative Scott Perry, who did not comply. I'd like to enter this into the record. Here is the subpoena to Mark Meadows. I'd like to enter this into the record, who did not comply. Here is the subpoena to Jim Jordan, who did not comply with a lawful subpoena. I'd like to enter that into the record.
As Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene was about to speak, Hunter and his attorney Abby Lowell got up and quickly left the room. Lowell accused Republicans outside the hearing room of trying to move a political needle with this contempt hearing.
The Republican chairs today then are commandeering an unprecedented resolution to hold someone in contempt who has offered to publicly answer all their proper questions. The question there is, what are they afraid of?
He took no questions and rushed off down the hall with Hunter in tow. Fox business correspondent Hillary Vaughn was able to catch him, though.
Mr. Biden, why did you put your dad on speakerphone if he had nothing to do with your business? You put him on speakerphone multiple times to talk to your business partners. Why did you do that?
As they rounded the corner, Hunter asked Hillary, "Do you have a dad? Do you take his calls?" Last month on the Hill, Hunter said at a brief press conference,
"There is no evidence to support the allegations that my father was financially involved in my business because it did not happen."
He says Republicans just don't want to hold a public hearing. So will the younger Biden eventually testify?
He's repeatedly refused to comply with the terms of the subpoena. The subpoena called for a deposition where he sits down behind closed doors with staff attorneys. This is pretty par for the course.
Carrie Kupecker-Bond is Fox News' legal editor and was counselor to former Attorney General Bill Barr.
The committee has said that if he does that, they are happy to have him publicly testify, but he keeps resisting that. So I think the next step at this point will be for the committee, then the House, to vote on a contempt resolution, and then that will be referred to the Department of Justice. And at that point, it will get especially interesting because then DOJ will have to make the determination whether or not they're going to prosecute the president's son for contempt of Congress.
Former federal prosecutor and Fox News legal contributor Andy McCarthy, who you were on with on Wednesday, he said that he doesn't think Hunter's afraid of being held in contempt, right? That the Justice Department won't prosecute him because he said specifically that Hunter's facing 2 federal legal cases that could result in prison time. One of those hearings is set for today, Thursday, in Los Angeles on tax evasion charges, and some of those are felonies. There's another case in Delaware regarding the firearm charges, right? Do you think there's you think that's possible that he doesn't get, prosecuted or the Justice Department doesn't bother with pursuing contempt charges?
Well, I agree with Andy that on the list of legal troubles that Hunter is currently facing, contempt of Congress is the least of his worries. However, I do think the Justice Department is going to be sensitive about the appearance of not prosecuting him because they historically, and Andy's right on this, historically, the Department of Justice has not prosecuted contempt. And people joke that if you lie to Congress or you blow off a subpoena, there's a referral made to DOJ and it dies. It goes there to die and no one ever sees that again. And that usually has been the case until the last couple of years when DOJ decided to prosecute two former top Trump aides, Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, for contempt. They are really going to be under significant scrutiny if they don't apply that same standard to the president's son. And so I do think that it's more likely than not that they would choose to do so, given the outcry that would ensue about a two-tiered system of justice if they did not move forward with it.
You were noting that Wednesday was the deadline for the White House to submit information about Hunter defying the subpoena to testify behind closed doors. And during the hearing, Congressman Jared Moskowitz said before Hunter left the room that Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer had given him the option to testify in public and that's on video. Even if it's true, the paperwork is what's important, right? Like what was written down was subpoena for a deposition. That's what he has to answer to.
Correct. And anybody they don't have to believe us. They don't have to believe a Democrat or Republican or anyone. Anyone can can find the subpoena for themselves on the internet. It's right there. It's clearly marked for a deposition. And I made this analogy earlier on the channel that can you imagine if when we were back in school and we had a deadline and it was, say, a Friday for a written paper on a particular topic and we went to the teacher and said, okay, we'll do the paper, but it's not really going to be a paper. We're going to make it a video project. And, we're going to submit it maybe in a few weeks from now. The teacher would laugh and say, well, one, that's not how it goes. And two, if you do that, you'll fail. That's more or less what Hunter has done here. It's the issuer of the subpoena who calls the shots, not the recipient. The subpoena was very clear. Typically, these things are done and there's supposed to be some good faith negotiations around it. And I would say that that's what Comer and Jordan did. They tried to meet in the middle with saying, yes, sit down for this deposition with our staff attorneys, and then you're more than welcome to publicly testify. So there was that movement towards the middle. Hunter has repeatedly rejected that. And, I think the next step is just them moving forward on this contempt resolution.
Do we know if the White House complied with that deadline, with any information?
That, to me, is more of a story than even Hunter's possible defiance. And the reason being is that since the White House press secretary did acknowledge that the White House was aware what Hunter was going to do when he originally blew off the congressional subpoena, it instantly raised a whole host of questions. What did they know? Did they advise him a certain way? Because absent the White House or Joe Biden telling Hunter, no, you need to comply with the subpoena, you should not reject it, or blow it off, there's a possibility of obstruction question, then certainly at a minimum obstruction issues are raised. And obstruction could be a route that House Republicans take as far as their impeachment investigation goes. That's why this request for information to the White House is so important, because it could lay the groundwork for impeachment on obstruction grounds. And during the White House press briefing, when the press secretary was asked about, well, did the White House know what Hunter was going to do today? Because you said the White House knew last time, she refused to answer.
So what do you think then all of this was? Showing up like that at the hearing Wednesday. And he left so quickly. Was it, Nancy Mace said it was just a stunt. Was that what it was?
It was a stunt, but it was a bit of a desperate one. Why is Hunter and his lawyers so concerned about him sitting down behind closed doors with staff attorneys? I think it's possible that they are concerned that if they were to sit down with serious lawyers asking serious questions, it may make Hunter more vulnerable than he already is. They would be able to get into all the nitty-gritty of everything from China to art to all of the various things that Hunter has been involved with over the years. And so I think there's a fear there. So they're making a calculation. We'll risk contempt of Congress. We'll risk being prosecuted for contempt over having to answer questions that could put Hunter in far more serious trouble and legal jeopardy than he already is. And I would also say, Hunter's being arraigned in California on these tax charges. Well, that'll get some attention, but it's all going to be framed now within this circus that they produce and this intentional attempt to conflate the issues to the public.
Yeah, it just struck me, like, if you're not afraid of being held in contempt and this is like a sideshow to you, then why show up at all? It's psychologically just interesting to watch. I don't know what to make of it.
They know that the Republicans are going to vote in favor of holding him in contempt. So why not do everything in their power to make it appear to the public that the Republicans are doing this for, political reasons or reasons that are untoward? So that's what they did. They were there. They wanted to control the narrative. They wanted to set the story in people's heads that even if he is held in contempt, even if he is prosecuted, even if he, when he is arraigned, if he is convicted of these tax charges, that it's tainted because of, quote, the Republicans' process.
Okay, just a couple more for you. So Hunter continues to deny that his father was involved in his financial dealings, right? He said that on Capitol Hill last month. And that's what this is about, right? Like how involved his father, the president, was in all of this. And Hunter told Fox Business reporter Hillary Vaughn when she asked why he put his dad on speakerphone during business meetings, he said to her, "Do you have a dad? Do you answer his calls?" It sounded like a concession of sorts, that he did in fact do this.
It did, and as we've reported for months now, the messaging goalposts have repeatedly changed with all of these narratives. First it was, I've never spoken to my son about business dealings. Then it was, I've never made money off of my son's business dealings. And the message keeps changing. And the question is why? And I've always just thought it was an odd thing for Joe Biden to say. Forget the fact that he's president, but it's an odd thing for a parent to say about their child, whether the child is an actual child or an adult, that they've never spoken to them about their business dealings. I mean, most parents ask their kids, "Hey, how's business going?"
Right.
And I've wondered if the reason that Joe Biden has doubled down on this strange statement, let's assume it's true for a minute. It's hard to believe, but let's assume that it's true. The only reason you would say something like that is because you're suspicious that there is a problem and you actually don't want to know. Why else would you go out there and say something so extreme that departs from the norm of how parents and children normally speak with each other?
Interesting. Yeah, it was so definitive, right? Okay, so finally, just so we can inform our listeners and remind our listeners really about what this is all about, right? This is about what James Comer and Republicans say is this mountain of evidence that really amounts to a lot of smoke, but not fire yet, right? And it's that Hunter and his uncle and a business partner set up these shell companies. They did business with companies in China, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, even the wife of the former mayor of Moscow. And through these shell companies and various family members, money eventually got to President Biden after his son used the family name, but did little to actually earn the money he got. Including sitting on the board of the Ukrainian energy company in Burisma. Is that the summation of this? Is that is the allegation here?
Yeah, I think so. And one thing we need to remind our listeners is, and this is very frustrating for people on both sides of the aisle. I contended with this all the time when I was at the Justice Department, is that just because something's dirty or unseemly doesn't make it illegal. And so right now we've looked at, we've seen a lot of mounting evidence about suspicious behavior, trading on the family's name, all of that, not necessarily criminal or anything like that. Where it does become a problem, though, is if U.S. policy or U.S. decisions when Joe Biden was vice president were impacted by what his son was doing.
Carrie Cooper-Garbon, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's obvious. The unthinkable continues. Most Americans know something very wrong is happening. People in charge keep telling you that everything's fine and to stop noticing. But you know better. That's why self-reliant folks are investing in emergency food storage. You should too. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, are the ones you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $200 on each 3-month food kit you purchase. My Patriot Supply also sells solar generators, gravity-powered water filters, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship that same day and arrive quickly on your doorstep in unmarked boxes. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. Time is running out to prepare for what's coming. MyPatriotSupply.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon in May 2023.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The popular Friends and Family Sale is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Staples stores provide innovative products and services for small business, remote workers, and learners, even teachers and parents. Explore more at your local Staples store.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, January 11th. A civil trial that could ban former President Donald Trump from any future business in New York wraps up today. Trump will no longer give his own closing arguments after a judge rescinded his permission yesterday. Hunter Biden is set to appear in a federal courtroom today in California on 9 tax-related charges. And Place Your Bets Vermont today officially begins online betting. It's expected to be a huge state moneymaker. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Downtime. till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
Let's go to Representative Eamon Brown on Talk Radio 1210. My producer here, Dan. He wants to know the most important thing. Where did you vote on the Taylor Swift recognition vote?
I voted for it because Taylor Swift, she ain't writing no song about me. I was like, I better vote for this because she's going to be like, all right, you know they're going to point me out. The one black man from West Philly is anti-Taylor Swift. And all her Swifties are not going to vote for
It's Downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets opened later this morning, looking to bounce back from a slightly down week. Wall Street's worst since Halloween. The Dow lost nearly 0.6% last week, while the S&P 500 lost just over 1.5%, and the Nasdaq lost 3.25%. The indices were all up Friday after a stronger than expected jobs report. The Labor Department says there were 216,000 jobs created last month, more than expected, while the unemployment rate held steady at 3.7%. The forecast had been for 170,000 new jobs. And on Sunday, China announced sanctions on 5 American defense-related companies in response to U.S. arms sales to Taiwan and U.S. sanctions on Chinese companies and individuals. However, those sanctions are mostly symbolic, since American defense companies normally don't sell to China. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Here we go again. The countdown is on in Congress toward another possible government shutdown. The first funding deadline is in 8 days. Then a larger shutdown looms if there's no budget deal by February 2nd.
If House Republicans bend to the whims of the hard right and corrode the appropriations process with poison pills and extremist proposals, then they will be responsible for moving us closer to a shutdown.
Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer has worked out a bipartisan agreement with House Speaker Mike Johnson on a budget plan, but they're running out of time to approve it. So some lawmakers are pushing for a funding extension called a continuing resolution. Congressman Matt Rosendale is allowed no on all of it, just like he was in September, when short-term spending, then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy worked out with Democrats, cost McCarthy his job.
Now, I'm very frustrated.
Matt Rosendale is a House Republican from Montana.
Congress passed the Budget Act of 1974, which breaks the government funding into 12 separate appropriation bills. And unfortunately, Dave, they have only passed those 12 bills on time since 1974, 4 times. And they completely disregard the process, which means that government ends up being funded through omnibuses or continuing resolutions, which is why Congress is always able to sneak all of this additional spending in. And the problem is now, Dave, that we are facing just an imminent threat, okay, at $34 trillion.
Now, where are you on the process of these 12 appropriations bills in the House?
The House was able to pass 7 of those appropriation bills. They have been sent over to the Senate. We have 5 remaining bills that we need to pass. The committees have done their work. It's up to leadership to allow us to get this out to the floor, discuss, debate, amend, and then send them over.
Now, McConnell, the minority, the Senate leader in the Republican side, he has said there's a misunderstanding that in the House, they don't have some of the same parliamentary, slow process procedures that they have in the Senate to pass these different appropriations bills, and it could take weeks to do that. So that's why he says you need a continuing resolution to fund the government short term while you finish those 12 different bills. What is wrong with that idea?
What is wrong with that idea is that the law calls for the House to deliver the 12 appropriation bills by June 30th. We're still dealing with last year's bills.
Yeah, and so you're 3.5 months into this fiscal year already, still dealing with these same issues. Now, the agreement that House Speaker Johnson and Majority Leader Schumer worked out to try to do this together and avoid the shutdown in, 8 days or something like that, a partial shutdown of some of the government. What is it that is wrong with that? Is it, again, this omnibus of putting too much into one bill? Is that what the problem is?
Two things. Number one, you're trying to put too many things into one bill. Number two, the number is too large. We were targeting a $1.471 trillion total for discretionary spending. Now, keep in mind, that's not total spending. Total spending is going to be in the neighborhood of $7 trillion. But you have mandatory spending, which, again, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, all that stuff is on autopilot.
And that's a huge chunk of the budget, isn't it, Congressman?
It's the vast majority of the budget. And all of that will continue to be funding regardless of what Congress does. And that's why when they say shutdown, they're being disingenuous and dishonest. Most of the government, 85%, will continue to be funded. So they're talking about almost a $1.7 trillion discretionary spending, where we were trying to get it down to 1.471. To put it in perspective, if you eliminated 100% of the discretionary spending, which is all that Congress really deals with, if you eliminated 100% of it, we would still be running about a $1.5 trillion structural deficit, adding that much to the national debt every year. If we eliminated everything, and clearly we're not going to do that.
Yeah, and you talked about if you got rid of all of the spending, we'd still be in deficit. So that leads people to wonder, well, what could you do to stop the trillions from adding up over and over again? And that brings us
That's where you need to be honest with the American people.
Yeah, but nobody wants to touch Social Security, do they? Or nobody wants to touch Medicare, right? I mean, isn't that supposedly the third rail of politics?
That's the third rail of politics, but everybody talks about the threats that we have around the world. I'm telling you, in 5 years, Dave, the national debt is going to be at $50 trillion. And in order to service the interest on that, is going to consume 50% of all the revenue that we collect. If you think we're having problems about trying to figure out where to make reductions in spending now, what are we going to do in 5 short years when 50% of the revenue has to go to interest payments?
Wow. That is mind-boggling, actually.
Yeah, it's a reality. And that is a national security threat.
Let's go ahead a week. If there's a continuing resolution that is introduced and is passed by the House, Democrats going along with some Republicans, and it gets through the Senate, and we do what we did back in early October, you have a new speaker, Mike Johnson, who would have done what Kevin McCarthy did. Would we have another issue with him like we had then?
I think that there are some very, very deeply concerned individuals right now about what he is doing and who he's getting his counsel from. Mike Johnson is a solid guy. He's a conservative guy, and he knows the right thing to do.
Okay, so
unfortunately,
you like him as your new speaker. You like him.
He has surrounded himself with very, very weak staff that are giving him bad counsel. And if you're willing to take bad counsel from folks and be led down a path, then you have to suffer the consequences of those decisions.
You were one of the 8 Republicans who helped to get McCarthy out. Do you think that could happen again?
I don't know. This is a year like none other. And unfortunately, timidity and half measures are not what's going to save this country, Dave. But when people ask me every day, what can we do about this? We need people across the nation to call their representative up and say, please do not support this increase in spending, this continuing resolution. We need to secure our southern border. We need to reduce our spending.
Congressman Rosendale is also leading the way on something else. He's filed a resolution to impeach Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, in addition to the House effort to impeach the head of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, over the record surge of illegal immigration. The issue for Austin is a controversial trip to the hospital New Year's Day that dragged on. and President Biden didn't even know about.
He was not informed until last Friday that Secretary Austin was in the hospital.
And National Security Council spokesman John Kirby admitted on Tuesday
he was not informed until this morning that the root cause of that hospitalization was prostate cancer.
And a lot of members of Congress are calling that unacceptable.
We've got bases around the world, certainly in the Middle East, that are under attack. That we've got a conflict raging in Israel that they are looking to us for support. We have elevated problems in Iran, in North Korea. We see China threatening to invade Taiwan. There are major problems that are taking place around the globe. And he literally went into the hospital to have surgery, did not inform the president whether he was sedated, whether he was, how long was he out of commission. We understand now that several days afterwards, he contacted his deputy, Kathleen Hicks, and said, oh, by the way, I'm going to need you to be on standby here for the next couple of days. This was already 3 days into this process. That is dangerous in and of itself. But then when you compound that with the terribly botched withdrawal from Afghanistan that he was responsible for, where we lost 13 service members, and then you go back another year where he allowed a Chinese spy balloon to enter American airspace over the Aleutian Islands, travel over Alaska, over Canada, entered Montana airspace, which I'm intimately aware of. He tried to deny that it was a spy balloon and then went on to say that it couldn't collect data. We now know that it could collect data and images about what was taking place beneath there, and then went further to say, and if they did collect these images, that it could not be transmitted to China. We now know that was a lie. We have cellular information that shows that that information was being transmitted to China. Again, we have a pattern of actions by him to mislead and to lie to the American people and to the President of the United States. And I certainly think that it has compromised our national security to the point that it warrants being impeached.
All right. The hospitalization is the straw that broke the camel's back for you then, right?
That is correct. And look, while I wish him a long, healthy life, I wish it in the private sector. It is time for him to be removed from that position.
Would you also vote yes if there was an impeachment vote in the House for Secretary Mayorkas?
Oh, absolutely. He has completely disregarded the rule of law and has compromised our national security. I am gravely concerned about not only the 8 million or so illegal immigrants that have had encounters on our southern border during the Biden administration, and 2 million have snuck in as gotaways. We have a serious national security threat.
He says that he's asked money from Congress for more help at the border, and he says that the entire immigration system is broken, and it's up to Congress to fix this.
Alejandro Mayorkas is completely ignoring the rule of law and is in violation of his oath of office and should be removed immediately. CBP has asked us, please don't send money down here. Enforce the laws. Get ICE to deport people. Stop this asylum where people are coming into our border and falsely claiming asylum status. All we're doing is bringing in people illegally and creating a permanent underclass and a slave trade that the cartels and others are being enriched from.
Republican Congressman Matt Rosendale from Montana, great to have you on. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on, Dave.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Don't miss a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Marianne Ritchie this Saturday at noon. Listen for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your Radio Doctor at a special time this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Mark Cumberland and Deanne Katsaris this Saturday night at 9:30. Find out why it's still a great time to buy or sell a home. Listen to a special edition of Good News in Real Estate this Saturday night at 9:30.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. Former President Donald Trump revealing at a Fox News town hall in Des Moines, Iowa, with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum last night that he has decided on a running mate, but he won't say who it is.
Well, I can't tell you that, really. I mean, I know who it's going to be. Give us a hint. We'll do another show sometime.
He is predicting one of his opponents, though. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will not be in the race much longer. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie ending his presidential campaign.
I thank you for the enormous honor to have the chance to run for President of the United States again. I thank you for your time to listen.
Christie says his main goal now is to prevent Donald Trump from being reelected, and caught in a hot mic moment, he suggested Nikki Haley's going to get smoked. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Alabama football coach Nick Saban has announced his retirement. Saban holds the record with 7 national championships, 6 with the Crimson Tide, the other at LSU. Seattle Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll is leaving the sidelines after 14 seasons and a Super Bowl 48 title. The Chicago Bears are giving head coach Matt Eberflus a 3rd season to run the team. Eberflus is 10-24 so far. The Boston Celtics are 18-0 at home for the first time in franchise history. Boston beat the Minnesota Timberwolves in overtime, 127-120. And the LA Clippers have signed Kawhi Leonard to a 3-year contract extension worth $153 million. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Pat McAfee saying that Rodgers is done for the season. He was scheduled to appear weekly through the playoffs. He will not be doing that, but has been doing the show with McAfee for 4 seasons now. McAfee removes Rodgers. He's got complete control over guests and content for his program. It's his call. There's no doubt ESPN is pleased with this result. By and large, ESPN has surprised me because they've let him go on and do his thing. Rodgers was on his program yesterday, and it was the final time he'll be on. And because it's the visit yesterday, he got his word out on Kimmel. Final say, I guess you could say. It sounds like McAfee's also done going after ESPN management and executives. So while it's not a win for ESPN by any means, the fact that they let him go on and do his thing and he continues to do that, it's a win in some regards and a loss based on the attack that McAfee had on the executive. And McAfee refused to just shut up.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is 0 risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Dr. Rebecca Grant.
What's on your mind?
The Pentagon is finally releasing details about Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's multi-day hospitalization related to prostate cancer. But it's all left me wondering, what did Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin learn from this embarrassing fumble? Now, Austin's been a huge success at keeping together the 50 nations who support Ukraine, and he's also been deeply engaged with Israel, but this slip was costly for the USA. First, Xi and Putin will be wondering if American nuclear command and control was ever compromised. The standard procedure is to swap in a replacement for the Secretary of Defense in the chain of command if the SecDef is briefly unavailable. The President, Secretary of Defense, and combatant commanders travel often. If they have to launch nuclear weapons, they convene a threat conference, like a phone call, to execute the orders. Honestly, they can do it from anywhere except the back of an ambulance or the intensive care unit if one key leader is in severe pain. Officials in the military chain of command and control don't get the same medical privacy rights, especially when their duties include nuclear weapons. Captains of nuclear submarines can't go off and have mystery medical emergencies. They have to make plans and hand over command. So even if nuclear command and control remained intact, Xi and Putin saw that U.S. national security decision-making can choke. This lapse was a crucial tactical indicator for China's Xi Jinping, who will look to blindside Biden if he tries a military move against Taiwan this year. It took a week to figure out how to handle Austin's medical emergency. The Pentagon won't have a week if China goes hostile against Taiwan. Austin seems also is not proactive. This is hardly a surprise to anyone who has watched American foreign policy over the last 2.5 years. What I mean is they have no instinct for looking down the football field and reading the defense. They aren't trying to stay one step ahead of China, Russia, or anybody else. How easy it would have been to release a statement before Christmas saying that Secretary Austin would be on medical leave for several days while another official assumed his duties. America can't afford to be so clumsy when China is racing to topple us as a global superpower. I wish Austin well, but as Senator Jack Reed said, the lack of disclosure must never happen again. And I wholeheartedly agree. I'm Rebecca Grant for Fox News.
Hey, if you're traveling for the holidays, our friends at Pure Talk, they have you covered because they have just added international roaming to over 30 countries. Now, that's right. Whether you're making calls from the Vatican, on the beaches of the Bahamas, they've got you covered. From the steps of Buckingham Palace to your villa in beautiful Italy, you can dial away. And here's the best part. There's no rate increase at all. Now, Pure Talk still saves the average family close to $1,000 a year. And they use the same cell towers, same 5G network as the big carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Stop dragging your feet. Make the switch. It's simple. It's fast. It's easy. Join a veteran-owned wireless company that is saving people tons of money for the exact same service and now offering international roaming to over 30 countries. Now, from your cell phone, just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, make the switch, and do it now. You'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Pound 250, keyword save now, and start saving on your wireless right now.
Before I went to law school, I worked for the telephone company and was a card-carrying member of CWA and AFL-CIO. Unions play a powerful role in protecting workers' rights. I spent a lot of time in union halls building this firm 30 years ago. We represented many union members and workers, and I call many across the country my brothers and sisters. If you ever need our help, we're just a call away. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No, it's super fast and easy, and I can cash out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PASS for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PASS. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PASS for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PASS.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, January 11th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On social media, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker is the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Did anything happen yesterday? I feel like yesterday was a slow news day.
Wow. Yeah, that's
not sure how we get to 10 o'clock today. We'll just make up a bunch of crap. Oh, my goodness.
I have like 7 pages of cuts.
We will get to the cut sheet at 7:07 this morning. Wrap it up around 9:15. It'll be a good 2 hours, and it will be glorious. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Gregory?
By the way, I will officially say this. Nikki Haley was KO'd last night. Ron DeSantis was the clear winner.
Mustard.
Yes. He won that debate last night. Now, the good thing for Nikki Haley was nobody watched it. So nobody saw it. So it's kind of a moot point because nobody watched it.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So, but she ain't ready for the big leagues.
Some people just are not ready for prime time.
I mean, look, nobody, I'm just saying that nobody thought that she was, but she proved it last night.
The more you stick around, the more you get exposed. Yeah. The big take this morning will be focused on the border and how it's impacting education in the United States of America. We have chaos with Hunter Biden. Apparently, Hunter Biden has no balls. He is afraid of strong conservative women, and some media members, or one member, was wondering what type of crack he was on yesterday. We will get to that.
That was the best.
That was amazing.
Are you on crack, and what kind?
No, that was not Peter Ducey, and no, that was not Simon Atiba. Sloppy drops out.
Sloppy droppy.
Sloppy droppy. Bye-bye. Nice knowing you, Christy. He's gone. Trump had a town hall.
He must have been listening.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, and the audacity of Chris Christie to drop on the night where Nick Saban retires from college football and try to steal the headlines from the GOAT.
Do you need a moment of silence?
I was thinking about doing the big take on Nick Saban this morning, but I care about my audience and I want to keep my listeners, so I will stick to the border and the big take.
I appreciate that.
You're
I mean, look, 7 national titles, right?
Yep. Greatest of all time. Greatest to ever do it.
Better than Bear Bryant?
Yep. I mean, we could be losing Saban and Bill Belichick in the same week of football.
And Pete Carroll.
And maybe a week from today, Nick Sirianni's out of work. Who knows?
By 6:04, we've completely lost the audience. Nick.
Welcome into Kayal and Company on WIP.
Is Nick Saban the one who's in with Sandra Bullock in Blindside?
In The Blind Side, yes.
So for people who don't know sports, especially maybe the ladies, he's a hunky hottie coach.
He's a charming individual, right?
He's a good-looking guy.
Right.
He's got that it factor.
I agree.
So he was in the movie Blindside.
If there was one man that I would leave my wife for, it would probably be Nick Saban.
What year was last year that Alabama won the title?
The pandemic year, 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe it's due, right? Maybe he should have.
Greg, enough sports.
Oh, sorry.
Enough sports.
Maybe he should have called it quits after winning his 7th.
Yeah, you go 3 years without a title, it's time to probably step aside. That's the standard he set. No doubt about it. But 72 years old, best of luck to him. All right, we got a lot to get to. This is an action-packed show. You're going to love this. If you love all the juicy drama of news and politics, today is your day. But before we get to that, let's get to the pertinent news that matters in this area. For that, we go to the great Dawn Stensland at 6:05.
Yeah, I know that we're cleaning up from the storm, and I'm going to get to that. But Philadelphia in particular and Pennsylvania is making national news because of a major health alert and even a travel alert. And that is making, like I say, network national news this morning. As Philadelphia, there is a major measles outbreak, and the hospitals are on alert. They're putting everybody on alert. Now, that we know of, we've got 8 people diagnosed, presumably children, but 8 people. None of them immune to measles, meaning they either never got vaccinated or they never got measles before. But they've put this outbreak center stage, and we are making national news because of it. And in fact, they're even saying with this measles alert, they are saying that everybody's got to go out, get that MMR vaccine. And this is a serious situation. They say they are concerned about this. They believe that even though they have 8 confirmed, they're saying there are many more. And this is a problem.
Everybody needs to go out and get an MMR vaccine. This is for people that have not been vaccinated for the measles at some point in their life.
They're saying get your kid. I didn't know that you could get it as an adult.
Right.
But they're encouraging for parents that you got to get your kids vaccinated. That's the big point here. Now, you're probably immune to measles if you were born before 1957 or have had measles in the past or have completed the 2-dose vaccine, which is usually given as part of the MMR. It's measles, mumps, rubella, or MMR vaccine. So, but they're saying this is a problem. And they're saying that 1 to 3 of every 1,000 children who get this will die. And so even though it's, let's say a max of 3 in 1,000, they're just saying this is a problem because it's so highly contagious.
Has Fauci weighed in on flattening the curve? I'm just wondering. I mean, what is this something that... So I was born in 84. I'm assuming my parents had me vaccinated at like 1 year old when I turned 1. So I would assume like people like us we're fine, is what you're saying? Or
yeah,
is this just children?
I think that because it's so highly infectious, I think that's the concern here. And so they're saying that 93% of Philadelphia children are vaccinated against measles, but it's a dangerous virus.
Okay.
So they're really putting this word out here, and so I think we should. Does it affect the masses? No, but I just wanted to go there because there are so many health individuals who are putting this out there that I thought, wow, I think they're really concerned about this. And again, I try to read between the lines here. Do we have more?
So who are we blaming for this? Or is it people coming to this country illegally who are bringing it here, or is it the dopey parents who won't vaccinate their children?
I think all of the above.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a good thing
that's
we
the
have.
bottom line.
You
have it's a combo hybrid deal.
I need to know who to point my finger at.
Right. It's a good thing our faith in vaccines and science over the last 3.5 years has remained rock solid. See, this is what you're going to have people that are hesitant to do this type of stuff because of guys like Fauci and what we've learned over the last couple of days with those congressional hearings behind closed doors.
You're exactly right. I mean, to both of your points, it's like that ancient fable, the boy who cried wolf. And so we have vaccinations that are immunizations that are great, that are fantastic, that keep us all safe. And what does that mean? You can put your 9-month-old baby in a daycare and feel safe in the past.
Yep.
Now we have this double whammy, I'll call it a hybrid double whammy of, yes, people terrified and not trusting institutions because of, what did you call him yesterday? The Fauci?
The forgetful Fauci.
Forgetful Fauci, yes, who is, now under oath and not, we question again his integrity. And he was supposed to be the lead doctor in America who we were supposed to trust.
That's right.
So I think this is the fallout from that, but on top of it, the fallout from what Greg also pointed out.
Correct.
The border.
Yep.
So residents let's talk about the storm cleanup. Turns out we had overall in our area more than 200,000 people without power, flooding galore, road closures, etc. This cleanup, 221,000 customers, and that's just PECO, okay? And so they've restored most of that. The hardest hit after the storm was Chester County. The cleanup still continues there, and we have a ton of people in Chester County who still are without power. So I know those crews are trying to restore power there. And I believe Gloucester County, that's another one that's a big one in our area. But other than that, we do have some road closures still, notably the just mud bath that is Kelly Drive. And we don't even know, that's still closed this morning. We have no idea when they're going to open that one up.
Wow.
But a lot of people just really flooded, worst floods, people are saying, since Sandy 12 years ago.
Okay.
So we're looking at that cleanup. We got Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker and Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel announcing a new deputy police commissioner today, and they're also discussing the public safety crisis in Kensington. I forget how many deputies we have. I think that, was it Ed Rendell or Nutter who had the most deputies? We used to count this, so we'll have to keep track.
Okay.
I don't know if this is a newly created position.
All right.
Okay, but the mayor's office is touting this and teasing this as a history-making appointment. Mayor Parker still focusing on her crisis, the emergency that's in Philadelphia as far as the crime going on. She'll be in Kensington today making this big announcement, talking about shutting down the open-air drug markets like Notorious Ones in Kensington. Just a quickie here. I'm not going to touch presidential politics because these guys have it covered for you this morning. Inquirer has a great op-ed opinion piece this morning that's basically saying the best part-time paid job in America, as far as if you're a lawmaker or maybe job in general, is if you are a Jersey legislator. That it is 40 days a year and you get paid $82,000 a year for a part-time gig that meets Mondays and Thursdays.
Work 40 days a year and make 80 grand?
And they're getting a 67% raise.
Okay.
So they're saying highest paid part-time legislators in the nation. And I did not know this. They only meet Mondays and Thursdays.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's still twice as much as our sales reps meet.
Oh, my God.
That's a sin.
Man.
I didn't say that. But our news and our upcoming forecast sponsored this morning by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. And the forecast today, you're going to love. So we're 50 degrees, sunny skies today. We're warming up. I know a lot of people have lost a lot of stuff in their homes and they're trying to clean out. So this day is indeed appreciated. Most of tomorrow will be mild and sunny. However, the clouds move in and then another big rainstorm moving in for tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening, overnight into Saturday morning. Sorry.
Another sloppy weekend.
Yeah.
When's the last time we had back-to-back Saturdays and Sundays where it was just beautiful out?
I don't think Saturday is going to be a washout.
Okay.
I actually think Saturday morning might be nice and mild and even up into the mid-50s.
Yeah.
But then it quickly changes and gets cold.
I feel like we haven't had a gorgeous weekend since August.
It would be nice.
Remember all fall? It was just raining either every Saturday or Sunday.
Yes, it's true. Well, so many around our region, maybe the home has flooded and they think, you know what, maybe we should do that renovation project anyway. Maybe we got a little insurance money coming our way because of the flooding. So that brings me to Tommy D's Home Improvement Center, because renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for high-quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, molding at affordable rates. Just visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website, TommyD's.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 Thursday morning. It's time for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning: broken border, broken priorities. As if it wasn't bad enough having to worry about our own national security, thanks to this bumbling administration's lack of securing the southern border, it is now affecting the education of our children. In New York City, schools are now going virtual and having students learn remotely so that the schools can be used to house illegal migrants at the expense of your tax dollars. And it appears that this was set in motion weeks ago. An email from New York City Public Schools went out in late November of 2023 that said the following: Dear families, NYC Public Schools is initiating a remote learning readiness practice plan to support and improve schools' readiness in the event a transition to remote learning is necessary. There are several steps to be taken in preparation for the implementation of this practice plan that are outlined below. The goals are to ensure that each student and staff member have access to a working internet-enabled device, confirm that teachers have created digital classrooms and have uploaded an appropriate task for their students to complete at home, support students to access their student accounts and log into the digital classroom, including resetting student passwords as needed. as a practice plan, all students will have one class period in school on December 6th, 2023, where they will engage in a digital activity to ensure that all students understand how to log on to a device and to their digital accounts. That letter was from James Madison High School in Brooklyn, New York. Well, guess what? The time has come. And rightfully so, parents are not happy about this. Here's one mother who is fuming over her child being relegated to virtual schooling over illegal migrants. Listen and watch this parent.
How does it feel that you kicked all the kids out of school tomorrow? How does it feel? Do you feel good? I hope you feel good. I hope you all sleep really well tonight.
Why are you yelling at them?
Because I have a right to. That's why. That's why. Because I'm an aggravated mother. That's why. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Taking over my kids' school. Take all the kids out to sleep here tonight, huh? How long you staying?
Good for her. And she's hardly alone. Virtual schooling does not work. The pandemic proved that. It set our children back a grade and in some cases multiple years. And why is this being done? To benefit Democrats when it comes to voting. How do we know? Because they are saying the quiet part out loud now. Here's New York Congresswoman Clark, a Democrat from Brooklyn, talking about this exact thing. Listen and watch this.
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. We have a diaspora that can absorb a significant number of these migrants. And when I hear colleagues talk about, the doors of the inn being closed, no room in the inn, I'm saying, I need more people in my district, but just for redistricting purposes. And those members could clearly fit here.
Remarkable. So if you were keeping track, illegal migrants have now displaced the homeless in shelters. They have displaced veterans, and now they are displacing students and disrupting education. City Hall in New York saying that this temporary measure is to protect illegal migrants from a forecasted storm. Quote, the health and safety of the migrants in our care is always a top priority, end quote, said the city. Well, obviously a higher priority than American children. And speaking of the border, Biden's migrant mess deepens as a record 93% of Americans now call the chaos at the U.S.-Mexico border either a crisis or a serious problem and want his administration to step up efforts. Just 7% of voters are okay with the number of migrants entering the U.S. This according to the new CBS News survey of 2,157 people surveyed, where 93% of respondents categorized this as either a crisis, very serious, or somewhat serious. That number is up significantly since last May, when the number was only at 38%. And Biden's plan to address the root causes is clearly failing, without a doubt. Biden has been sending millions of dollars overseas to address the root cause of illegal immigration, to no avail. According to a Daily Wire review, the Biden administration has spent at least $40 million on immigration-related projects in Latin America in fiscal year 2023 alone that are ostensibly supposed to help bring down illegal immigration from the region. But as bad as our border is, and even with the GOP-controlled House attempting to impeach Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas for his failures, legal experts are saying that this is not an impeachable offense. And those are the words and sentiment of legal scholar Jonathan Turley. Turley says, quote, he's bad at his job and is enforcing wrong-headed Biden administration border policies. But there is no current evidence that he is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense. Turley goes on to say about Mayorkas, quote, some of us have questioned his integrity, particularly in controversies like the false claims that border agents whipped migrants in Texas. Mayorkas knew the allegations against his own personnel were debunked, but showed little concern or compassion for agents, particularly after President Joe Biden promised that they would be punished before any investigation had even begun. However, being a bad person is not impeachable, or many cabinets would be largely empty, end quote, says Turley. So at this point, it looks like the only resolution to this crisis is to have Joe Biden voted out this fall. Could the border crisis be enough to cost him the election? And what cities are going to follow New York's lead? Which school is next? And what children are next? We have a broken border with broken priorities. We don't need to break our children any further. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts, reactions, certainly encouraged. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT or on YouTube. You can be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and sound off in there. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reactions to that, as well as chaos ensues yesterday with Hunter Biden making a made-for-TV crash cameo. We'll get into that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company live on a Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exton and Limerick and an Infiniti dealership in Westchester, we have over 600 new and pre-owned vehicles waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A play so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today. And remember, Philly rides with us.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Sometimes I don't know why, but this old town just seems so hopeless.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 628, as we are off and running live here on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Anthony, and Phil. Good to have all of you in. 855-839-1210. You can, of course, get us on the free Odyssey app and watch us live on YouTube. So much to delve into this morning. Chris Christie drops by the wayside. He's out of the race. Hunter Biden and his stunt on the Hill yesterday. The debate between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley that hardly any of America cared to watch, because really all eyes last night on Donald Trump. It was 9 o'clock Eastern last night. I was thinking once I saw that it was not 6 o'clock and it was 9 o'clock that it would be like a Sean Hannity production, but they continued on with the duo of Brett Baer and Martha McCallum in that 9 o'clock spot last night in Iowa. So very interesting from the Trump perspective last night. A couple of takeaways. One, I thought he was really succinct and to the point with a lot of his answers, especially with the crowd interaction and kind of flipping it right back to Brett Baer and Martha McCallum on a litany of issues. I thought one of the biggest takeaways was, and I'm not sure that I believe it entirely, but I do think it was a great answer, and I do think it would be absolutely sound strategy if Trump does get reelected. He basically said last night, I don't have time for redemption and vindication and a revenge tour. He basically was like, I'm going to be a one-term president a second time around, and there is so many things that I need to undo, fix that's broken, that's been a mess with Joe Biden. He basically said last night that the border crisis is unsustainable. And I thought that came across really well, because I think a lot of people, whether right, wrong, or indifferent, have tried to portray Trump's second campaign, well, actually it'd be his third campaign, but getting back in a second time around as like this vindictive vendetta of going after everybody that went after him. And I do think, much like I said when the House was taken back by Republicans, you can certainly do, the Hunter Biden stuff and things like that. But you have to get things done for the everyday American, the kitchen table issues, none of which is bigger than the economy. So I thought Trump was really good last night. I know I texted you guys a couple of times, during the broadcast of it. I probably watched about 40 minutes of that hour. Dawn, did you have any big takeaways from what we saw last night? Because I actually thought he came off really well in that setting.
I did too. And I look at this morning, and so what are all of the networks playing over and over and over? The fact that he said that he's proud of the Roe v. Wade decision, that he feels that he had a great part in. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, and we'll play the clips, but that's what they're playing over and over. That's what will be in all the ads. Roe v. Wade, there you have it. There it is, coming out of his own mouth. If you elect this guy, if you re-elect Trump, then guess what, ladies? No more no more reproductive freedom, no more abortion, no more choice.
Yep. I also thought he was good when it comes to whether it's the economy or global. You always talk about peace and prosperity. He said, quote, "We had no chaos. They were the ones that caused the chaos. We didn't have chaos. I had no wars. I'm the only president in 72 years. I didn't have any wars." He also talks about the tax cuts and things like that. So I didn't think he came off overly combative.
No.
He wasn't low energy by any stretch either.
And think about the week he's had.
You're right.
Think about that. Think about the fact that he was all weekend in Iowa stumping. Think about Monday, he's in Iowa. Then Tuesday, remember, he's Tuesday morning, first thing, he's early to court with his attorneys in that D.C. Circuit Court. Tuesday night, back in Iowa, fly. You know what I mean? Here, back there. But think about that schedule. And by the way, Tuesday night, his mother-in-law of 20 years dies. So obviously he flies back and comforts his wife and his teenage son because its grandma just died. Think about the week he's had so far, and look at that level of energy. And that's why when the Roe v. Wade thing, I was like, oh, because, and I don't know if I suspect I'm not the only one who thought that, because say something like, look, I'm going to create such an economy that I hope that every woman would think that she should be able to afford her baby.
Yeah.
Say something like that.
Right.
But it's, to say what the quote that he gave, he just delivered up on a silver platter, that statement that they're then going to put that with everything else in the campaign ads. And that moment to me was not that he said anything wrong, but I just know how they're going to use it.
Yep, that's correct. The other thing I thought was interesting, he said he is going to invoke the Alien Enemies Act to remove all known or suspected gang members, drug dealers, or cartel members from the United States. Quote, "An effort," he says, "will end illegal alien gang violence once and for all." Obviously talking about the busted border. In 2023 fiscal year alone, border officials encountered nearly 2.5 million migrant encounters at the southern border, which includes 600,000 getaways and 249 people of which were on the terror watch list.
Yeah, that was one of the questions by one of the audience members last night. And we actually have the clip. This is cut 10, Phil, if you can grab it here. He basically saying, and by the way, for whatever he said about abortion, I think that the deportation effort that he talks about here resonates with a lot of people.
I would agree.
This is cut 10, Phil, if you can, go.
Taking office, how will you gather the several millions that have already entered our country illegally and return them to their country of origin?
Great question. It's not sustainable for our country. We have millions and millions of people here. It is not sustainable. Did you see in New York City where they're getting the regular students out and they're putting migrants in their place? We are going to have the largest deportation effort in the history of our country. We're bringing everybody back to where they came from. We have no choice. We have no choice.
So whatever he said, as far as abortion goes, and I agree with Dawn 1,000% on that. a statement like that resonates with a lot of people.
Oh, no question.
Not just his base, by the way. Not just the base.
Yes, and that's why I mentioned in the big take this morning about the border and the students in New York that have been displaced because of this issue. And you look at it and you say, well, it's just one school. Okay, well, it always starts with just one.
Mm-hmm.
Is there another school in New York that will have to deal with this? What about other sanctuary cities like Chicago? What if this happens here in Philadelphia? They just had during the commercial when we broke from the big take on Fox and Friends, Jane Lipkovich, who's the parent, the mother that I played for you in that video. And you get if you think about the border being broken, and you get an email as a parent, and you're thinking, preparing for possible virtual. Well, are we expecting COVID outbreaks after the holidays?
Measles now.
Measles. Could it be for a snowstorm?
Yes.
No, actually, the schools were planning for something like this when the school gets shut down to house illegal immigrants.
And now think about that. So you see these people, you see that image of these big yellow school buses, non-electric, and instead of kids rolling in, they're jam-packed with all of these people coming from those makeshift tent cities that they have all over the place. And they're not children. They're not that. The other piece of this is these aren't like a ton of little kids or mommies and kids.
Mm-hmm.
A good portion of them are male.
Yes.
And I do think for Jane,
young males,
young
in
males.
their 18 to 34.
And
Mm-hmm.
so for a mama bear like Jane, I think she still would have been upset. But if she saw little babies and children and mommies and daddies, perhaps she would not have yelled at them the way that she did.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the visual of, I mean, just the yellow buses. I mean, it's unbelievable how many there were. Nearly 2,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Jane thinking, my God, my kid just, we just went through COVID. We went through all of this, and who knows what she's endured. But we can imagine what she's endured, right? Because we all got to all of America can relate to what Jane is going through with thinking, oh my goodness, you're closing my kid's school for this now, for your incompetence. So I think Jane speaks for a whole lot of people across America.
There's no doubt about it. 855-839-1210 is the number. And you hear about Trump all the time and Biden, and with Trump, it's America first, make America great again. The accusation of Joe Biden making America last. America is not the top priority. You look at a situation like this again that just played out in schools in New York City. It plays right to the narrative.
If he sticks with immigration and the economy, that is a winning issue for him, and both of them. Not just with his base, with middle of the road people too.
Yeah.
So that would be my advice for him. Not that he's looking for my advice, but my advice would be stick with the border crisis and the economy. And you can win on that strategy.
Yeah, and that paints the picture then of what the two messages are for the 2024 election. For Trump, it's about the economy and the security of our nation, our citizens, and to a lesser extent, global peace as well, with two wars that are going on, versus what the Biden campaign is painting, which is basically democracy, dictatorship, and abortion.
Yep.
So really, Biden, if you think about the two D words, democracy and dictatorship, and then abortion, he's really running on one issue. It's abortion, right? Because nobody thinks that any of this is like a threat to democracy, this dictator stuff. That's all media hyperbole and sound bites that are taken out of context. But then if you look at Trump, he's actually running on 2 or 3 legit issues that every American is either seeing or feeling, right? Because the economy has affected virtually everybody, short of the 1% out there. And now, as I mentioned in that CBS YouGov News survey, 93% of Americans believe we have a border crisis. So Alejandro Mayorkas won't say the C word, but 9.3 out of 10 Americans are like, you know what? This is getting flat out ridiculous.
One of the biggest reasons he won in 2016, in my opinion, was the border issue. I think that resonated with a lot of people. And if he sticks on that message that won him in 2016, I think it's going to be successful for him again.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So, very interesting night last night. So many things to delve into. Chris Christie has dropped out. Vivek has kind of gone back burner to an extent because Ron and Nikki had their little joust that nobody really paid attention to in the United States. Also, we had chaos on the Capitol Hill yesterday with Hunter Biden. It is a very, very busy news morning, and we'll try to make sense of it all and break it all down, including what was said yesterday and what was the objective, what was the goal for that bozo to show up with his entourage. We'll delve into that. We got a lot of cuts. I mean, Stalker's got a cut sheet that looks like the Old Testament today. We've got so many things to delve into. So we will get to all of that coming up at 7:45. Your thoughts certainly welcomed as well at 855-839-1210. Kayal and Company, as we roll on. 7 o'clock hour on the way, but we'll wrap it up next in the 6 o'clock hour with all the other big stories of the day. It's Kayal and Company. Great to have you in on this Thursday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 five-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Holy Rosary Regional School on Walton Road in Plymouth Meeting on Saturday, February 3rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Just what are you trying to say?
6:45. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start to your day. What a day it was yesterday in Washington, D.C. as Hunter's Hill stunt is received by many, many Americans. If you love kind of the political theater and the drama that goes on the Hill, yesterday was your cup of tea. So I know we have a lot of audio, so I don't want to steal that audio. We will save that for the cut sheet coming up at 7:45, but we'll kind of take you through in kind of a timeline order of what transpired yesterday and really what the purpose of this was. So Hunter Biden yesterday makes this shocking appearance at his own contempt hearing. I don't believe anybody was anticipating that he would show up. He shows up with his attorneys, Abe Lowell and Kevin Morris. Abe Lowell, kind of more of the subdued, quiet attorney of Hunter Biden, so to speak. Kevin Morris, if you recall, is the guy who's kind of Hunter Biden's sugar brother, so to speak. He's the guy that was seen taking a big rip off of a bong in a mansion in Los Angeles over the summer. So they come crashing in, making this like made-for-TV entrance. Nancy Mace loses her ever-loving mind because Hunter Biden sits down. I don't know, he might have been sitting down for front row for about 17, 18 minutes as this spectacle unfolded. And then she flips her lid and blows a gasket, and Hunter Biden basically gets up with his attorneys, walks out. She says, and I'm quoting, "You have no balls." Marjorie Taylor Greene, who always loves to be a part of the show.
Let me.
These are some tough women.
Let me
right?
play
I love these women.
Let me play the Nancy Mace.
Okay, I didn't want to steal it from you. But...
No, it's fine. This is cut 4, Phil, if you will. This is the where the House hearing plunging into absolute chaos.
It's like WWE.
This is Representative Nancy Mace. Cut 4, Phil, go.
First of all, my first question is, who bribed Hunter Biden to be here today? That's my first question. Second question, you are the epitome of white privilege, coming into the Oversight Committee, spitting in our face, ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed. What are you afraid of? You have no balls to come up here and...
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Mr. Chairman...
If the gentlelady wants to hear from Hunter Biden, we can hear from him right now, Mr. Chairman. Let's take a vote and hear from Hunter Biden. What are you afraid of?
Hold
on.
Order. Are women allowed to speak in here or no? Are women allowed to speak in here or no? Could you keep interrupting me?
I'll interrupt the chairman. I don't know that he's a lady.
Wow.
I think that that Hunter Biden should be arrested right here, right now, and go straight to jail. Our nation is founded on the rule of law.
Come on.
And the premise that the law applies equally to everyone, no matter what your last
Point of order,
name.
Mr. Chairman. Point of
It
order.
doesn't matter who you are.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Biggs over here.
Donald Trump Jr.
Biggs over here.
State your point, Mr. Biggs.
Yeah, my point of order is this. Are we going to continue on with this blatant interruption? This is absurd and inappropriate. I intend to give my statement. I don't intend to have anybody interrupted. I'm not going to interrupt your statements. I think you should have decorum and courtesy and don't act like a bunch of nimrods.
You just interrupted a woman.
And that's 5,
I got permission.
Can we agree everyone has
Mr.
5
Chairman,
minutes? Can we agree?
Point of order again. The assertion that I interrupted was absolutely false. That's typical of the gentleman who spoke it. I got permission to speak from the chairman. I spoke. I was interrupted yet again by the gentleman who doesn't choose to go through the chair and follow proper order. I encourage us, I think if we're going to have any respect at all, we need to have proper decorum.
Well said.
Pretty remarkable the way that unfolded. You had Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, what are you, afraid of strong conservative women? Then he gets peppered with questions as he walks out, one of which is something to the effect of, are you on crack today? Hunter Biden, in addition to 12 months jail time, would be ordered to pay a fine of up to $100,000 if he is convicted. Tom Emmer, the whip from Minnesota Republican, said the following: another day, another ridiculous PR stunt by Hunter Biden. If this is the Biden's family strategy to distract the American people from their disturbing pattern of corruption, it is a pointless one. So it's pretty remarkable what this guy has done now. He showed up a couple of weeks ago outside on the steps when he was supposed to be there for his deposition and basically conducts a press conference. Then he crashes the party, so to speak, yesterday, when really what he is supposed to do is attend this deposition behind closed doors. And I don't think there's any funny business about a closed door deposition because you have a stenographer in there. There will be transcripts that are provided so nobody can doctor what he says. You're under oath. And I think the point of it is to get the testimony so that he does not perjure himself on the stand publicly when they do this in front of the American public. There'll be lawyers in there. I'm not sure if there's a mediator in there, but you kind of want to get your I's dotted and your T's crossed and then put this production on before the American people. And I think what he has done here is kind of thumbed his nose at Congress for sure. He's thumbed his nose at the American public. He has told you he is above the law. And forget white privilege for a second. This is POTUS privilege. I did a big take on this weeks ago when he thumbed his nose at everybody. He's basically saying, I'm Hunter Biden's baby boy, and I don't have to adhere to the rules. And I think that's what it was yesterday.
Joe Biden's baby boy.
Joe Biden's baby boy, yes. And I think this was a coordinated stunt for his documentary with Mr. Morris that he is filming, because apparently he's going to be in Los Angeles today to shoot more of it. So this was just like, hey, we're going to insert a chapter to this documentary. So let's crash the party for 18 minutes, and we'll take that chunk of video, and you'll see that in the documentary. That's all yesterday was. This was theater.
I never thought about that. I never thought that that's what he was doing.
Yes, 1,000%. This was coordinated from the jump. Let's make an appearance, and then we will splice this video. Because I don't
actually
know.
Brilliant.
Well, yeah. You're filming a 2-hour documentary or a 90-minute documentary. You got to fill up time. You got to make it look like he's the victim. So he shows up. And when they sat there and said, well, we'll take the stand right now. Like, you're not going to take the stand right now. You know darn well because nobody was prepared for those lines of questions. So it was a total PR move by Hunter Biden, because everybody has a book or a podcast or a documentary these days. That's exactly what happened yesterday.
And the camera crew, I mean, the Daily Mail is the only one I see reporting that, but the camera crew was there. That's why they were all set up, and they have it all, and they have been following him for all these years to follow his battle with addiction, with the cocaine, with the financial woes, the baby mama, like the whole thing. Mm-hmm. So they were definitely there.
No doubt about it. And even if you didn't have your own camera crew with you, you had all of this on TV from multiple news outlets. You could easily take the coverage of that, put that in your documentary, and there you go. Now, ultimately, last night, it became official at 8:15 p.m. I've got this courtesy of 6abc.com that the GOP-led House committee does approve the contempt resolution against Hunter Biden. So on Wednesday, they voted to approve recommending Hunter Biden, the president's son, be held in contempt of Congress for defying a congressional subpoena. The contempt resolution advances to the full House, where GOP leadership will bring it to the floor for a formal vote at a later date. So we'll see when that actually transpires.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, clearly you can say it's contempt. There are others who've been held in contempt, but this is the epitome of it. I will say that. So yesterday, Anthony Dorenzo grabbed not the clip that you had, but the clip of a quick clip that was hard to hear of those reporters in the crowd asking, "What kind of crack? And are you on crack right now? What kind of crack?" And I thought to myself, I even said, these are not mainstream reporters,
right?
And after that's what led me to go, that's not really a professional reporter would not ask those questions.
Mm-hmm.
So my thinking is, and that's why I went looking for it like Nick did, because you're like, wait a minute. So I think those were plants, and those were not real reporters. They were for the documentary group because they're trying to kind of spiff up the documentary and ask these provocative questions. That I don't know that for a fact. I just feel that.
For those that didn't hear that, this is what Donna's referring to.
Would you please, I'll answer your question if you be quiet and let me make a statement, okay?
What kind of crack do you normally smoke, Mr. Biden?
So you think that was instigated by the Hunter Biden camp themselves?
I just that's not normal.
No, I just think
that's not a professional.
It's not.
Reporter asking
I
that.
think it's probably like a low-level blogger that's got a media credential that wanted to make headlines with that. Because if you're Hunter Biden, the last thing you want to do is portray yourself in a junky fashion in this documentary.
Oh, but I think I think his journey from addiction and the insensitivity of those who don't know what it's like in the journey from addiction and healing. I do think, because just having worked in newsrooms, because newsrooms are full of addicts, and so that would be your editor. You would get in trouble for saying that, because it's highly insensitive.
Okay.
So, you know what I mean, from that perspective?
Right.
So if I had ever yelled that out, my news director would have called me in and said, really?
Mm-hmm.
In the battle, when we have Americans struggling with addiction, that's your question?
Mm-hmm.
Think about the liberal focus of most media.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So that you would have that's not a mainstream question. I could be wrong here. Maybe you're right.
Okay.
Maybe it's a blogger, maybe. But Nick, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the whole scheme to humanize him and gain sympathy for him, because after all, he's a recovering addict.
Yep. 855-839-1210. If you would like to climb in, Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2, and then we get droppy from Mr. Sloppy. Chris Christie, he's out, he's gone. We just talked about this yesterday. We said the pressure was mounting. What's Chris Christie waiting on? He decided to suspend his campaign last night. We'll get into those details on the other side. Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news brought to you by BetterHelp. There are lingering speculations about the immediate future of the American economy. The good news is that Forbes magazine now predicts that 2024 will continue to witness a steady growing economy. Innovations in technology will cause a stronger economic future. Let's embrace the new opportunities to advance America's economy. This is sponsored by BetterHelp. Therapy helps you find your strengths. Learning positive coping empowers you to be the best of yourself. If you're thinking about engaging in therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's all online. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/good news today to get 10% off of your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Debt. If you hate debt as much as we do, listen. Debt. It's one of the biggest problems faced by 77% of Americans. A system called Debt Free for Life is a smart, financially unique solution. Not only does Debt Free for Life, a proprietary system that you can access absolutely free, help our clients pay off their debts years, sometimes decades earlier, it can also save them tens of thousands of dollars in interest, build their wealth at the same time, and it does it all tax-free. Find out more now. Go to jmlfinancialgroup.com to get your free report on Debt Free for Life, or call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group at 856-751-1771. Remember, access to Debt Free for Life is absolutely free. Check it out now at jmlfinancialgroup.com. DailyHarvest.com.
It's January again, and that means we're all rethinking our food choices. Daily Harvest makes sticking to your goals super simple with their chef-crafted, frozen, ready-made meals delivered right to your door. From mouth-watering smoothies to savory bowls and gluten-free pastas, Daily Harvest food is built on organic fruits and vegetables. And the best part? There is never any gluten, dairy, or ultra-refined sugars. Visit dailyharvest.com and use code HARVEST for up to $65 off your first box, plus free shipping. Or find Daily Harvest in a grocery freezer aisle near you.
Don Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Dom to your Dono noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in hour 2. It is Kayal and Company, a absolutely loaded Thursday edition. Great to have all of you in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always streaming live on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. The cut sheet coming up 7:45. It's actually voluminous. It's the size of a phone book. It's unbelievable how much good stuff we have today from all sorts of town halls, debates, and Chris Christie dropping out of the race. And always remember, folks, and he should know this as a media professional, always assume there's a hot mic. That's what we're taught. He didn't apparently get the memo.
Don't you guys think that he's very savvy? Don't you think he knew that?
I don't know. You guys have propped him up far more than I do.
Propped him up.
He's a charming guy. We met him once and had crimpets and tea.
That is not true.
Tea.
I said I like him personally. I wouldn't vote for him. I've said that
I know.
before. But he's a politically smart, media smart guy.
Okay.
I think he had to know that there was a hot mic there.
I mean, who am I to throw stones? I mean, I've accidentally cursed on the air after 18 years, and Stocker had to hit the dump button like a month ago. So we all make our mistakes in or around a mic or a camera. So we'll get to that coming up. But one person who does not make mistakes is the great Dawn Stensland.
Well, that's not true.
That's why she's got all these Emmys and these awards in her dining room. And she's got round number 2 of the news at 7:03.
7:03, and we are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored by COSA this morning, and the cleanup is underway across Philadelphia as well as our entire region, which was underwater and just a deluge of flooding and all across the region. What a mess, and these power outages. So more than 220 power outages in total, 221,000 and counting, those customers, and that doesn't even count South Jersey. So probably in total 250,000 people without power. Now, the majority of that has been restored, but if you think about it, for those who, let's say, have a sump pump, that sort of thing, until they get that power restored, they are flooded out. And so this is a mess for so many across our region. Delaware County residents still hoping to gain their power back this morning. Chester County as well. They seem to be the hardest hit. I know those PICO crews and power crews are working very hard to get the power back. So really feel for them as well. I don't have reports of injuries, and thank goodness for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just, there's always a silver lining that we try to look at the positive here.
Sure.
I don't see injuries due to the storm. And in particular, it feels like since we had the last time, remember we had in Bucks County, the horrible situation with those flash floods.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like after all that tragic coverage that in fact, this time around, people, for the most part, were very careful.
Yeah. Well, we had, I'm almost certain this was the case. Wasn't there the tragedy of the baby that got swept away?
And the mommy.
And the mom, and,
Yes.
it showed up in the vehicle or whatever, showed up in the Delaware?
Yeah.
Or maybe it wasn't the vehicle, but it was the bodies.
It was horrible.
It was awful, yeah.
It was just horrible. Now, the one story that has gone viral in our area, this is the story of a man, and you can see the pictures of him, but there was a man in Delaware County who was caught up in these sort of flash floods that were happening and all the rain. And what did he do? He climbed up a tree in Delco. And so they have pictures of this man, but it was actually a smart move.
Yeah.
So these firefighters in Delaware County did have dozens of rescues Tuesday night. And we always worry because the truth is we say, not only are you putting you and your family in danger if you purposely go out and try to drive through it, but you're also putting those first responders, a lot of them who are volunteers.
Sure.
This man, I don't know that he did that because there were the downpours, but in any event, one of the dozens of rescues they made, this 20-year-old man, Joel Bryant, he jumped up into a tree, this is Upper Chichester, and he jumps up into the tree. His phone is running out of battery. It's just on a few percentages, and he's calling 911. And you see the images and the floodwaters, and he was smart to get up to be able to grasp a
Keep
tree.
climbing higher and higher to get out of there.
So in any event, they've got the firefighters of the newly formed Delaware County Water Rescue Task Force. They're well trained. They got to Joel Bryant in time, and that current was quite swift. So thank God for that. But they said that there were 2,000 calls to 911, 27 rescues, and that's just within a small time period.
By the way, did you end up having any basement flooding?
No, not this time around. Because we did not lose
before.
power, and the sump pump didn't break, and there weren't any burst pipes.
Gotcha.
Knock wood.
All right, good.
But I feel your pain because remember the week before Christmas,
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, it takes forever. You're cleaning up from that. So it is an opportunity to purge some of the stuff that your husband may have been your family may have been hoarding in the basement. But other than that, there's nothing good about it.
I've been meaning to throw these things out.
Oops, it got ruined in the flood.
Dawn, did you throw my baseball cards out?
Oh, don't even get me started with the drums that I threw out. And then we had to dig.
Well, you threw out drums?
Yes, all
Stop
right.
it. Did you hear this?
Geez.
He threw out drums. As a former drummer yourself.
Those drums have been down there for 20 years. Nobody's played, it's a nice drum set, but Jonathan never played them. They're down in the basement. I thought they were, threw them out.
Could have gifted them to Greg to give to Dylan.
Believe me,
they're back.
They're back down there. It was a huge family controversy.
Right.
Trust me. Believe me.
Family controversy.
Look, we're blessed if that's our problem, I guess.
First world problems.
Yeah, if that's our biggest marital issue, the drums that she almost threw out.
There you go.
All right. So, but the good news here, all the lives were saved. Thank you to we always thank our first responders, which is why Nick Kayal is working out very hard day in and day out for the big bike ride.
That's right. All the dry January, I'm going dry for the first 6 months. I'm going to finish that bike ride in 3 hours this July.
Woohoo!
I'm going to leave people dusted by 2 hours.
This is awesome for sure. We have so much news this morning as well with Donald Trump. And I will and I know I won't get into politics too much because it's all on the cut sheet and it's delicious. But I will say that Trump, those closing remarks in the courtroom will get underway today. This is the civil case with Judge Engoron.
Yeah.
So closing arguments, New York's. This is the civil trial in which Letitia James, the Democrats who campaigned on this, she wants to impose that $370 million in penalties.
Yeah, and Trump has been gagged basically from making any comments in his final closing arguments.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
it's great.
So that's after being for the live thing last night with Fox. Now he's in Manhattan this morning. This is what he's doing this morning, but he won't be able to speak.
Yeah,
his
might want
attorneys.
to take a nap. I mean, the guy is going from one venue to the next. As a proponent and an advocate for naps, I think the Trumpster should grab a 90-minute one. Could probably use it.
He never talks about. You never see him eat on camera. He never talks about being tired.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. You're right. I've never seen him eat on camera. I mean, we've seen DeSantis eat. I mean, my God.
Mustard.
Yes.
With Trump, it's a thing. Wasn't that Kennedy as well?
No, it's not. It's not a thing.
No, with Trump, it's a thing.
Hang on. We're memory holing things. Do you remember? Do you remember when he ate?
We're like a married couple. Right?
Remember when he ate the piece of pizza with a fork and knife?
Trump?
Yes, on camera.
Wait a minute. He ate pizza with a fork and knife?
Absolutely, he did.
Oh, that's a violation.
Absolutely,
That's
he did.
unacceptable.
I don't remember this.
Okay,
I blocked it out.
Oh, wow. No, you can't do. That's what 5-year-olds do. That's what you do for your kid. You cut the pizza up for them because they can't pick up the whole slice.
Excuse me. I don't know.
After further review, I might have to change who I vote for. That's unacceptable.
We talked earlier this morning about the measles warnings that are going out in Philadelphia. We're making national news for this with the measles cases, and they fear that because it's so highly contagious and dangerous to babies and young children. So they're putting out the health alerts in Philadelphia with the rise in measles cases. And the other headline that we've been mentioning is that former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie dropping out of the race, making
Sloppy
headlines.
Chris Christie.
I know. And Coach Nick Saban retires. Another big headline that everybody's losing their minds over.
Not only was it him, it was he was with Sarah Palin when it happened. I just saw the ABC News coverage of that. It was from 2011.
2011, okay. Yeah. I was thinking maybe like right as he was going through his election cycle the first time in 16.
Nope.
Wow, 2011. That's almost as bad as the guy that kind of folds their pizza slice in half. You ever notice that? People kind of, they bend it in the middle of the crust and fold it inward. I don't do that either. I just pick it up the way you're supposed to pick it up.
I didn't. 2011. I did not remember Trump eating pizza with.
We might need to do a poll on that. Is it acceptable for a grown adult to cut their pizza?
It's not. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. We're all in agreement on something.
All right.
And so Nick Saban was not with Sarah Palin when he announced his retirement, but that did go viral. Well, that we know of.
Right.
That we know of.
That's right.
There are a few people in our time right now who can retire from a long-time career with such kudos.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jim Gardner locally is one of them.
It's a great example.
But there are a few people who don't have a ton of controversy, who can hold a job because everybody switches jobs so much.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what struck me. Wow, that's amazing to get this widespread praise, and good for him.
Yeah.
It's on the YouTube chat right now. Is it acceptable to cut your pizza? The answer is absolutely no.
Okay.
Oh wow,
you can
never.
Vote.
Wait, hang on. This is ridiculous.
What?
This is ridiculous.
What?
59% of people are saying yes.
That can't be
Wait
true.
a minute. Is it because Trump did it? Is it because Trump did it? If Biden did it, everybody would be like, it's an impeachable offense. He should be thrown
Well,
out.
actually, Merrick Garland has been tipped off that Trump cuts his pizza, so he is looking to indict and impeach again. It could be number 5 coming up.
I love it.
Yeah, it's staying at 58%. Yes.
No.
It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Well, you can cut it for your child.
Yeah, babies or like the elder, like if you're an elder person in a home, right? And let's say you have like, legit issues with your limbs or something. Like I get that. But anywhere in between, no way. No way. I'm going back on the DeSantis train. I'm off of Trump. I'm going back on Ron.
I've never seen this is the dumbest. This is the most lopsided poll ever for something that is clearly not correct.
Yeah.
But do you fold your pizza? My husband folds it. I don't like folding.
I don't like folding it either.
Yeah,
I just
I'm
pick
with
it up
you.
the way. If you have a very good slice of pizza with a crisp bottom to it,
yes,
you don't need to like fold it and like flop it inward, so to speak.
Agreed.
I've always seen people that kind of curl it over and it looks like it's like layered, like a sandwich. And I'm like, no, you don't do that.
Yeah, you're right. It has to have that firm crust.
That's right.
Jimmy R. Manelli says you're thinking of John Kerry, not Trump. No, it's.
See, that's what I thought. I thought you thought that was John Kerry.
Yeah. It wasn't John Kerry. It was. I'm sure it was John Kerry. I'm sure John Kerry did it too. I know Bill de Blasio did it. But I'm just saying Trump did it with Sarah Palin.
You think Chris
There's
Christie,
video of it.
Do you think Chris Christie cuts his pizza?
What?
You think Chris Christie cuts his pizza?
Absolutely not.
No?
No.
No. No. But wait, Trump wasn't a candidate, a politician at that time, was he?
Ava says pizza folders also put ketchup on hot.
Yeah, you got to go with
mustard.
All right.
That's the only condiment. We got a busy news day. We can't
Yes.
get sidetracked by this, folks.
Yes.
Let's get it back to the
All right,
Eagles.
so let's tell you our sponsor by COSA. Have questions about aging? Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, or COSA, C-O-S-A, can point you in the right direction. See how COSA can help you or a loved one. Visit delcosa.org, C-O-S-A, supported by Delaware County Council. Today, We're kissing 50 degrees, bright sunny skies as we dry out. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. What's on the cut sheet about 30 minutes out? Before we get there, though, Tony Fauci, more revelations from his 2 days behind closed doors, including how they were just making up guidelines on the fly with no science or justification. That bombshell, as well as Chris Christie is out, and he didn't realize, or maybe he did, that the microphone was hot. That's all still ahead as we work our way to the cut sheet. Kayal and Company, back after this.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
For more than 50 years, Oliver Heating and Cooling vans have been pulling up to houses like yours to customers like you. That's more than 50 years of exceptional service, of giving back to the community, of recruiting and training the best people in the industry. This family business has operated under one principle: treat our customers like family and their homes like our own. Because at Oliver Heating and Cooling, family is everything. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Peace of mind for your home and business.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Thursday morning. Welcome back in 720. It is Kayal and Company. Good to have all of you in. Tony Bruno did not join us yesterday because he has been sick and under the weather, but can confirm that Bruno will join us tomorrow at his normal time of 8:30.
A Friday with Bruno?
Get ready for the show to go off the rails.
Oh, my Lord.
Because we'll already be off the rails by the time Bruno gets to us, and then it'll just go terribly, terribly wrong.
Wow.
So that'll be good.
If you haven't tuned in at all this week, Friday is the day to tune in.
That is correct.
Yeah, 8:30.
Big news day today. A lot to break down and delve into. Big night last night for Donald Trump. Also chaos yesterday with Hunter Biden. And we had another person go by the wayside. You know, we were talking a lot whether, you know, you look at all of these people that are just not catching on. Yes, Nikki Haley has had some momentum now for 5 or 6 months. You know, Vivek Ramaswamy makes a lot of headlines and sound bites. But we've been discussing the last couple of days, you know, is Ron DeSantis going to drop out next week? That report was out early this week. We talked about it on Monday and Tuesday, and I said something to the effect, boy, never in a million years that I think DeSantis would drop out before Chris Christie, and that will not be the case, as last night Chris Christie announced that he is suspending his campaign. You know, we talked about the never Trumpers and everybody trying to carve out a lane in their own path in this primary. And Chris Christie made it clear from day one that he would be the guy that plays the bully opposite of Donald Trump and be the guy that says, it's my life's ambition to make sure Donald Trump's never in the White House again. And that was the path that he carved out. And to be honest, it really wasn't much of a path at all that resonated, because you looked at all of the polls and he was consistently, when you look at the 5 that were left standing as of yesterday, you had Trump, followed by Nikki Haley. Then right behind Nikki is Ron DeSantis. And then you had Vivek and Chris Christie. And Christie comes out and says last night that, you know what, enough is enough. We talked about this on the show yesterday. The pressure was mounting for Chris Christie to drop out and move by the wayside. And we had this conversation of when Christie drops out, that percentage of votes that he was getting in polls, will that shift over to Nikki Haley? That presumably is the case, but I just never understood, and I know we've had our disagreements on the air about this. I never understood the appeal of Chris Christie. I never thought he had a shot, and I think obviously it's the right decision. He just was not resonating with many people at all, the most moderate, really, of all the candidates in this pool. So thoughts and reactions to that, because it was expected, at least in my eyes, and I think he made the right decision.
The happiest person this morning, last night at 5 o'clock when he made that announcement, was Nikki Haley, because now she has a shot, and let me just say shot, of
whiskey
winning New Hampshire.
A chance.
The jury's out on if she really will, but she has a better shot now, because you would think that those votes for him in New Hampshire will go to her, but who knows?
Trump mockingly, jokingly suggested last night Chris Christie as his vice president, and everybody started laughing. I don't know if you guys saw that in the town hall. Yeah. So I think Trump's got to be pretty happy. Not that Trump ever considered him to be a threat, but from an ego standpoint, if you're Donald Trump today, you're probably like, that guy was really going to challenge me. Like, come on, I told you, he's got no shot. Do we want to play the audio of Christie?
Yeah, well, let's start with him talking about suspending his campaign. I love that. They're always suspending the campaign. They never bring it back.
It's like we're hitting the pause button, but we're never going to hit resume.
To be fair, I guess when he suspended it in 2016, I guess he brought it back in 2023. I don't know.
He brought it back 7 years later.
He brought it back 7 years later. Phil, I'm going with cut 6 here. This is Chris Christie in Windham, New Hampshire yesterday. By the way, you can tell the crowd was a little light because Mary Pat, his wife, was sitting right behind him.
Oh.
So they needed to fill those spots. So
Bring your family and friends.
Exactly.
All the relatives.
Bring your kids.
Bring your
the
kids.
cousins.
Yeah, there were young people. I don't know how old. Like I think his kids are in their early 20s, right? I don't know.
They're teen in college.
Yeah,
that would make sense. He's 61.
So, but anyway, this is cut 6. Phil, go.
Campaigns are run to win. That's why we do them.
Yeah.
I see the chairman here in New Hampshire. He knows we run campaigns to win. My goal has never been to be just a voice against the hate and the division and the selfishness of what our party has become under Donald Trump. It's also been to win the nomination and defeat Joe Biden and restore our party and our country to a new place of hope and optimism in this country. I've always said that if there came a point in time in this race where I couldn't see a path to accomplishing that goal, that I would get out. And it's clear to me tonight that there isn't a path for me to win the nomination, which is why I'm suspending my campaign tonight for President of the United States.
So there you go, waving the white flag. It was never my good. Yeah, like, dude. I mean, I've said this, many times with a lot of these candidates. I think there was a time where DeSantis really, really thought that he had a legitimate shot, and I did as well. I thought DeSantis could absolutely, find a way. I thought it would be difficult. Remember, I've said from the launch of this show that I thought DeSantis could beat Biden, but his biggest issue would be getting past Trump. But even guys like DeSantis have now realized that they are not going to get past Donald Trump. Chris Christie, to me, never had an opportunity, never had a chance from Jump Street because Trump has a stranglehold on the Republican Party. He's the face of it. He's the voice of it until he deems otherwise. So I never thought that this Chris Christie moderate, let's be the opposite of Trump thing. Everybody's tried to find their own little identity, but the reality is Trump takes up so much oxygen, and Chris Christie, to me, is a guy that I think. Now, look, I'm not saying that a moderate Republican can't become president one day. I mean, we're going to get into this super PAC mystery opponent coming up a little bit later in the show. Clearly, when you look at all the polls and data out there, people believe that we need a third candidate. We need a third party. I don't know if it's a moderate Republican or a moderate Democrat. I'm not saying that's not a path for victory, but Chris Christie was never going to get this accomplished. And I don't even know that he truly thought that the goal here is to knock off Trump. I think he looked at it from an ambitious standpoint of books, another TV gig, his future, because he's 61 and he's still, even though he doesn't look like he's in great health, he apparently is in good health. So he's got to think he's got 15 more years of professional career stuff to do.
Not at that weight, he doesn't have 15 more years.
Well, I would say no either, but I mean, we don't hear any reports that he's not in good health other than just his, his physical appearance. My point being, I don't think he's got diabetes or heart disease or anything like that. So he probably wants to make a good living for another 15 years. And my guess is he ends up on CNN or MSNBC or ABC or whatever. Remember, he had that TV contract. I think he was under contract until 2025, but when he officially decided to run, he had to relieve himself of those duties, which is kind of interesting. Now, we could play you this clip. I think that this was by mistake. I don't think there was an agenda behind this. I think he was just flapping his gums like a big mouth that he is. And the mic kept rolling. And I think as a TV person, you should probably realize that, you know what, you never know when the camera or the mic could still be hot. And Christie did not realize that. And he had these disparaging remarks about some of his peers. Take a listen to this.
Don't throw that in the trash.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, don't throw that in the trash. Was that Kevin Hart?
Oh my God.
Kevin Hart made
on
an appearance on Kayal.
That was awesome.
Philadelphia's own.
Well, Greg's doctor tease that up, I'll just say that Chris Christie's book that we've referenced comes out in February with a picture of Ronald Reagan on it. What would Reagan do? Life lessons from the last great president. And it's released February 6th.
My guess is it will not be on the New York Times best-selling list. That's just a guess, the prognostication on my part.
His book, Let Me Finish, was.
Was it really?
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Don't throw that in the trash.
What is happening?
I told Kevin Hart to leave.
Have you been hacked or something?
My Lord. All right, here
Was
we go.
that Chris Rock?
One more time. No, it's Wanda
No.
Sykes. One more time.
People don't want to hear it, Wayne. They don't want to hear it. We know we're right, but they don't want to hear it.
Right.
And there's, we couldn't have been any clearer.
Right.
We couldn't have been any more direct or worked any harder. So,
Forget she spent $68 million.
yeah.
I mean,
Well, when you give land to China and places like that.
Yeah, that's what you get.
Yeah.
I mean, look, she spent $68 million so far, just on TV. Spent $68 million so far, $59 million by DeSantis, and we spent 12. I mean, who's punching above their weight and who's getting a return on their investment,
Wow.
And she's going to get smoked, and you and I both know it. She's not up to
because
this.
she hasn't even been
And she's still 20 points behind Trump in New Hampshire, right?
Yeah.
And,
Oh, yeah.
And he's still going to carry Iowa, right?
Yes, always. I talked to DeSantis called me, petrified that I would.
He's probably getting out after Iowa.
Well,
Wow. And that's when they cut it off.
Oh.
They're like, wait, hang on.
Wow. So he says, according to Chris Christie, that DeSantis is petrified.
Yep.
And Nikki, I love this too. He's like, well, she spent $68 million and he dropped $59 million. But look at me. I might have sucked, but I only spent $12 million. Like, that's your moral victory is, well, I spent less than everybody else to get my brains beat in? Come on, dude.
What a whiner.
I know.
Who's he talking to again?
We don't know.
Yeah, he's just
What a whine baby.
flapping his gums, didn't realize the camera and microphone was still on. And so we talk about him getting the vote of Nikki Haley, or Nikki Haley getting the Christie vote. Look, this is we've talked about Christie coming to the rescue of Nikki Haley at debates, and now it's like, oh, she's going to get smoked. I think he's right about that. Trump is going to, I think, mop it up with Nikki Haley, but not a good look for Christie when you start bashing those people like that off.
Yeah, but think about it. Think about how weaselly that is.
I agree.
To gossip like you know what I mean? Like you're gossiping, and so he and DeSantis were speaking, and what does he say? Oh, he's petrified. Really? Like that to me is so negative energy and such a turnoff, and just shows me so much about his personality.
Well, see, I would expect him to say stuff like that in that context while he's debating and he's in the combative mode of, trying to tear down his opponents. That's what the objective is to beat every one of these people in a debate. But I would expect him off, out of, character, so to speak, out of shtick when he's campaigning to, be a little bit more kind of cordial. But that was not the case as he got caught saying all of that. I thought at first that it might have been AI doctored, but to my knowledge, that's authentic. So
it's authentic, and I think he did it on purpose.
All right.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
We'll take your thoughts. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in about 15 minutes. Fauci, the fraud. More details coming up next. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As good as the regular season is, there's nothing like the NFL Super Wildcard Weekend starting on a Saturday. 6 games, 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, Monday ends with your Philadelphia Eagles against the Tampa Bay Bucks. On Monday night, I'm taking the Eagles minus 2.5 for that game. You always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. If you haven't signed up yet, the playoffs are the best time to do it. It's America's #1 sports book. Follow my picks. Go to FanDuel right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. New customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online raw money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
We are Nick and Genevieve Roberts, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
With Crash Proof Retirement, we have no worries whatsoever. We can't lose money. You only keep making money. Come home and tell your wife, hey, we made money today. You never have a bad conversation.
The next market year, they're predicting inflation and recession, and you won't have to worry about any of that. I wake up a lot happier. We're not worrying about my retirement.
One of the other great things about Crash Proof Retirement is the interest that we earn going forward earns interest on itself. If I left that money in the bank, you're lucky if you get 1%. And since you can't lose money with Crash Proof Retirement, I never get blamed for losing money.
Learn how you can outperform the market at no risk of loss at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 7:36. Happy Thursday to each and every one of you. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. The cut sheet in less than 10 minutes. Also, still ahead this morning, Joe Biden will be back in Pennsylvania on Friday yet again, this time heading up to Allentown.
So smart. I mean, like, he is planting a flag here.
Hammering it home.
It is.
Shows in the polls.
Yep. Exactly.
Yes,
yeah, that Quinnipiac poll that just came out yesterday.
Yes, it does. We'll give you those details about Joe making moves in Pennsylvania. 855-839-1210. Some Fauci details and news coming up in a moment. Let me squeeze in Ed in Delran, who wants to weigh in on the Trump-Haley conversation. Ed, good morning. How you doing, pal?
Good morning and happy, healthy, prosperous, blessed New Year. I hope I'm not too late saying it.
No, you are not, sir.
So, hey, thank you. And let me tell you, I was talking to a guy, he says to me yesterday, okay, he was a Trump supporter, okay, operative word was. And he says, oh, I want Nikki Haley. I says, you know what, Rick? I said, you are just asking for trouble because we want a guy who has a proven record. That's number one. And number two, we want a guy that's going to fight to the bitter end because let me tell you something, with Donald Trump's last breath, he will still be fighting the status quo and the evil corruption in our government that's just out of control.
Ed, I completely agree, and I'm actually surprised that you know a Trump supporter or was that would vote for Haley. I guess you said his name was Rick, because I feel like if there are Trump supporters that have bailed on Trump, I think the consensus is that they are more pro DeSantis, or maybe they became DeSantis supporters over the last year, but maybe have fallen off with his uninspiring campaign so far. Because look, take this for what it's worth. It's social media. I get it. It's a small sample size, but most of the Trump base wants nothing to do with Nikki Haley. So I'm a little surprised that somebody would actually leave the Trump camp for Nikki Haley, especially, and I hope this doesn't come off sexist, but I can't imagine many males and many men that ditched Trump for Nikki Haley. I could see females maybe that voted Trump in 16 or 20 that this time around want to put their eggs in the Nikki Haley basket, so to speak. Maybe they believe she's the voice of reason on abortion, which is obviously kind of a losing issue for the GOP. But I'm a little surprised by that a guy named Rick would actually.
Why is that?
I can't imagine many men that love what Trump was about would bail and go on Nikki based on everything we're hearing about Nikki Haley. Very pro-China. She just does not exude MAGA. So I think if you were in on the MAGA movement, I don't see you leaving Trump for Nikki. I could see it being DeSantis if you're an ardent, rock-solid conservative. Like if you are, not willing to budge on many issues and slide back center a little bit on an issue or two or three, I could see you being in on DeSantis because, as I've said, I think he's the most conservative of all the GOP candidates. But I'm a little surprised that any men would actually ditch Trump and make Nikki the choice. Am I wrong in saying that?
I don't know. I think it just depends on. I would have to know Rick. I'd have to know. Does Rick think that, I don't know, Nikki Haley would win?
That's
Maybe
the thing.
some people just are looking at, hey, no matter what, I want to win.
Path to victory.
Yeah. That we have this horrible economy. Okay. We got to fix things.
Yeah. I don't believe that Nikki Haley would fix the economy. I think Trump's proven track record with the economy is rock solid, especially that first 3 years pre-COVID.
I'm in agreement with you,
okay.
but I just think anything would be better than what we've got.
Oh, well, of course.
We can't get any worse.
Yes, I totally agree. Speaking of COVID, let's get to Fauci. We did the big take yesterday on the forgetful Fauci that is. This is remarkable. Hold on to your steering wheel if you're driving this morning. Some of us in life kind of shoot from the hip. We make it up on the fly. We create rules as we go. But when you are told by one egomaniacal doctor that you need to trust me. If you believe in science, trust the science because I am science. Like, this is next level stuff here. Tony Fauci said behind closed doors during these 2 days, he was obviously essentially grilled for over 7 hours on Monday and Tuesday by the COVID Select House Subcommittee. And he said that social distancing, remember that ridiculous 6-foot rule? Well, that was not based on any scientific data. They just kind of created that as they were going along. This is remarkable. Also, despite his efforts to silence the lab leak theorists and the theory that this was created in a lab and either accidentally spilled out or was unleashed on the population, Fauci has now admitted that it is not a conspiracy theory. So for all of us, for all of you out there, over the last 3.5, 4 years that have said, you know what, I'm not buying what Tony Fauci is selling, and you were smeared, you were ridiculed, you were mocked on social media, you might have been silenced, censored, or suppressed, maybe at a family gathering, maybe at Thanksgiving 2020, 2021, 2022. You had COVID conversations with your relatives, and they thought you were the crazy uncle, you were the kook down at the end of the table, the Alex Jones of the family. Yeah, he says this is not a conspiracy theory. And this U-turn by Fauci is significant because he was the chief architect of a 2020 paper that discounted the theory. Fauci's friends and former colleagues also spearheaded a paper in The Lancet that called believers conspiracy theorists and racists. The infectious disease expert said that the data did not support recommendations to keep 6 feet of distance from another person, and that vaccine mandates that he personally advised likely increased vaccine hesitancy. So let's think about what a fraud, and this is not sour grapes, this is not a Republican right-wing thing. This is a guy who is absolutely tarnishing medicine and science. And Dawn gave you the news this morning in the 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock hour about the outbreak of measles and the recommendation about, 2 different rounds or shots of a vaccine for children. And this is what Tony Fauci has done here. A lot of people have always been skeptical of many American institutions, particularly big pharma and vaccines. Now you have places like the CDC, the NIH. Moving forward, we are going to have a generation of Americans in the future and currently today that will have no trust in anything that these so-called experts say. I mean, think about this. There's no scientific data to social distancing and keeping 6 feet apart. And we got to go through, like, even today, I don't know about you guys. I go to my local pharmacy, still on the floor. They still have those, like, plastered stickers.
Yeah.
Like, they just never decided to lift them up. They're not enforcing it by any stretch.
Yeah.
Although, it's funny. You ever get in line to pick up a prescription, and sometimes there are people that still really, you're like, you can come up a little closer, man. I'm not going to bite. Like, you look back, and they're, like, really, like, keeping their distance. People actually still, I think, kind of adhere to this in a weird, obsessed way. Maybe subconsciously. Maybe they don't even realize they're doing it. And this was all made up on the fly. No data to prove that that works. And think about how ridiculous it really was. If it's an airborne disease and you sneeze or whatever it is, do you really think 6 feet is going to keep you from not getting something like that? It's almost as silly as those plexiglass dividers, right? They go up like 2 feet, as if like the airborne respiratory pathogens don't go above and around the glass. Like it's like you're in like a dome and you're completely shielded, like staying in your house. I thought that was pretty remarkable. I think the more that time goes by, and this whole report will be coming out at a later date once they get everything transcribed. I think Fauci...
Thank God we're doing this, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
But-
like you talk about holding people's feet to the fire. This
Yeah.
is exactly what we're doing here.
Because people voted Republicans in, because this never would have seen the light of day without Republicans controlling the House and having the subpoena power. We never would have known that they were. And then what's the motive? What was the motive then? To tell people you have to stay 6 feet apart, to shut down your businesses, to keep your grandma in a home where you couldn't visit her, all this stuff. What was the goal then, other than just government control?
Right. And you
Sick.
think about the willingness of Fauci to go with this stuff based on ego. And, oh, by the way, I don't know if any of us really knew of Tony Fauci pre-pandemic. I know there was the AIDS thing in the 80s and 90s, and he was, involved with all of that. But I don't know that if you threw out the name Tony Fauci pre-2020, many people knew who he was. But, like, now all of a sudden, and, at 83, it is what it is. It's not like he's going to end up in jail. But you talk about tarnishing your own legacy and your own reputation to many, many millions of Americans. And that's the way I think he will be remembered by a lot of people. Not all, because some people actually believe he is the gospel, sadly.
But I think a lot of people at the time started thinking this is kind of BS and what's going on here. And so now that all this unravels, and if everything that we feared is true, really is confirmed true, then was the goal to topple Trump? Was that the goal? And we were just the baby that was in the bathwater? And our economy and our kids?
It adds credence to that theory, for sure. 855-839-1210. All right, cut sheet coming up in a moment, but let me get to these calls quickly. Let me actually I'm going to get Tom in Percy in here, who's got some thoughts on Chris Christie. Tom, you go right ahead.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Hey, but before I get to that, I fold my pizza and I put mustard on my hot dogs.
Well, all right. Mustard on the hot dog is acceptable.
Acceptable.
Folding the pizza not, you're 1 for 2. You're batting 500.
Oh yeah, please. And I bet you Chris Christie could eat a pizza at one sitting.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Oh, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, if I can, he can.
Well, so where does his supporters go?
I would assume Nikki Haley, not maybe not all of them, but I think the biggest percentage of them, if they were invested, so to speak, in Christie, I think they go to Haley.
After that she's going to lose comment. That's tough.
So you think they would go to who? DeSantis? I mean, I can't imagine them going to DeSantis or Ramaswamy, because if you're a Christie supporter, you're a moderate. So you're not going to go all the way to the right with DeSantis from a conservative standpoint. And Vivek is kind of taking the same path as Trump as being the outsider against the establishment. I don't see that happening. I would think it's probably Nikki Haley. Let me wrap it up quickly here, calls-wise. Ted is in Swarthmore. Ted, go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, Nick. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, the Democrats have already put it out there. They've said the quiet things already. This is all about long-term game, the game they play, and it's called replacement theory. They're out there with it. That's why immigration is going undetected by anybody in the administration. Now, all you need to do is go to the census. 700,000 people counted accounts for another seat in the House.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're right.
So, okay, when that's 700, if California loses 700,000, New York loses 700,000, each one of them lose a seat.
That's true. And you heard the Congresswoman this morning, if you listen to the Big Take, talking about redistricting, saying we're not full. I think she is in the Brooklyn district of New York. So you're absolutely right. This is all political, and this is obviously about the long haul. It's not even just about 2024. So, Ted, you're absolutely spot on. All right, 7:49, a little bit late for it, but let's get to it right now. We have a lot of audio. It is time for a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I have all the audio. I have all of the debate. I have all of the town hall, but I want to start with Democratic Representative Jayapal discussing Trump yesterday in a hearing, and this is what she said. I'm going to start with cut one here, Phil. Go.
Or things that have never happened. Let's talk about the fact that President Trump incited an erection.
What?
And maybe that too.
Yeah, you can talk about that too, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Donald Trump definitely incites erections from time to time. There are many guys out there that love Trump to death, and maybe has caused some men to go from being a bit flaccid to,
Oh my heavens.
Yes, we understand.
aroused.
We got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. We understand what that word means.
Nick
Thank
Kayal
you.
just,
Incited an erection.
Nick
Okay,
just
we
had to
get
make
it.
that
We get it.
real visual for you
We get
this
it.
morning.
So there you go, Representative Jayapal last night.
This is what Trump derangement syndrome does to some people. They can't even get the words
At
out.
least she laughed about it.
Yeah,
it's
she had a good sense of humor.
She might be a horrible person, but at least she has a good sense of humor.
Right.
I'm going to 24 here, Phil. This was after the debate last night with DeSantis and Nikki Haley. He was asked about if he sees that Nikki Haley being Trump's vice president. We had this discussion at this time yesterday. That's why I'm starting with this. And he says that by Haley not saying if she'd agree to be Trump's VP, like, why not just say no, was his reasoning for this. This is cut 24, Phil, go.
Against Trump, right? Nikki is becoming a darling of the people who are more than ever Trump. And yet, she won't answer the question about whether she would accept the VP nod. And she gives all these mealy-mouthed response. What's wrong with just saying, no, I would not under any circumstances say that. And I think the fact that she has not done that is part of the reason Chris had been staying in. And I think that's part of the reason I think he's had those choice words.
Do you think she would agree to be vice president?
I do.
Under Trump?
I do. Because I think, why would you not just say, I would not? I've said I would not. Why not just say that? She will not give a yes or no answer to that, because if she says yes, she loses support from the people that don't like Trump. If she says no, then that forecloses potentially her ability to be on the ticket.
You say categorically you would not serve as vice president.
Yeah, no, and the reason is a couple reasons. One, I can do more for Florida in the country serving as president rather than my last 2 years as governor, but I can do more for Florida and the country serving the last 2 years as governor than being vice president. That's just, what did they say? A bucket of warm something not good for TV? Like, it's not a job that you really do anything in. And the only reason I'm in office is to accomplish things for folks. And so it has no appeal to me. I've said categorically I would not do it. And not just for Trump, for anybody.
There's a poll.
Yeah, I don't see DeSantis ever being in a vice president type role. I think it's pretty simple. I think Nikki Haley absolutely would accept if Trump asked her to be VP. But I also do not think Trump will ask her to be vice president. I know we talked a lot about this yesterday. Dawn, I know you carried the conversation over into your show about the VP conversation. I don't see Trump going down the road of Nikki Haley. I'm not saying it will be Kristi Noem or somebody else or a Tulsi Gabbard. I know we had that poll question yesterday. But gun to my head, if I had to place a bet, I don't think Trump would select her.
I think, and he teased it last night. I know you'll get to that, but I do think it'll be Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I do think it's Sarah.
Okay.
In my mind, that's who it is. And I'm thrilled with her. I love her.
I
she's
would be
perfect.
I would be fine with it, but if selecting your I know we also had this layer to the conversation. Does the VP matter? Does it help you become more electable or hurt you? I'm not sure one way or the other if it really matters, because if you're in on Trump, it's regardless. Like I said yesterday, I can't imagine you bailing on Trump because of his VP selection. If that's the case, that would really tick me off. I don't think. We talked about smoothing the edges. I don't think Sarah Huckabee, and I think she doesn't bother me, but I think she is got some roughness to her. She's very strong. I do think that you would want somebody a little less Trumpian, if that's the right phrase. I think if you throw in too many braggadocious, combative, feisty type. I think there's a feistiness to Sarah Huckabee Sanders that is very Trump-esque, and maybe that's because she worked under him. I don't think that would be the right decision either. But truth be told, I can't really give you the ideal option. I thought about Vivek, but then he's too much like Trump. So, to be honest, I don't really have a top nominee choice for vice president.
To me, when I think about Sarah Huckabee Sanders, I think that I look at her executive experience as a governor.
Yeah.
And obviously I like her dad, her famous father. I mean, he was also Arkansas governor. So the name is a huge name and a brand. And so she gets that. But also, if you've seen her, first of all, when she was the White House spokesperson under Trump, she was fantastic with the media, if you remember, handled them so easily. And yes, she's blunt, but I think on women's issues, and if you hear her on the abortion issue, if you hear her on the education issue, even teachers in Arkansas like her. So she fixes things artfully, but I think that she answers to a constituency that's important. Southern Christian, yes, but she's a mom with a bunch of kids. She's a working woman. She's 40-ish. I think she's perfect.
So you're saying she's a more experienced female Mike Pence?
No, not at all.
Okay, because
she's
you
nothing like Mike Pence.
From the evangelical Christian standpoint is what I was.
Let me just say this: if I gave yesterday Nikki Haley a 0.0 chance of becoming Trump's VP, I'm giving Sarah Huckabee Sanders even less than that.
Really?
There's not a chance that it's going to happen.
But I like her. I would root for her.
Speaking of Nikki Haley, Trump mocked Nikki Haley with Christie's hot mic slam. We played that about a half hour ago, in case you missed it. This is cut 16. Phil, go.
That was the big news. Late today, the former governor of New Jersey dropped out of the race in New Hampshire. You saw it there. There's a lot of speculation now that there could be a combining of forces of the people who supported him. He had about 12% there. And by some estimates, you're ahead by an average of 14 in the Real Clear Politics average polling in New Hampshire. So if that 12 goes to Nikki Haley, she could give you a run for your money there.
Well, you have Democrats in New Hampshire, and they vote, and you have independents in New Hampshire in large numbers, and they vote. And I have polls that show me leading by a tremendous amount in New Hampshire and a lot in Iowa, and nationwide we're leading by almost 60 points. So I'm not exactly worried about it. I understand New Hampshire very well. I've won it twice and did very well with New Hampshire. I love the people. They love me, I think. We did a good job for New Hampshire economically and even from the standpoint of the military, taking care of the vets. And I think we're going to do very well in New Hampshire. Now, Chris Christie was in, and he got a hot mic I heard about. I thought actually the bigger story wasn't the fact that he dropped out. Nobody cared too much about that. But he had a hot mic where he was talking to somebody about the weather, and he happened to say that she doesn't have what it takes. She'll be creamed in the election. And I mean, I know her very well, and I happen to believe that Chris Christie's right. That's one of the few things he's been right about, actually.
So you don't think it changes the dynamic much?
I don't know if it does or not. Look, we're winning tremendously here. I think we're 20, 24 points up. I brought some polls if you want to see them, just in case. But I think we're 24, 25 points up. But New Hampshire's interesting. It's a great place, a great state, unbelievable people. But they allow independents and Democrats to vote in the Republican primary. You say, what's that all about? So it's a little bit false in that regard. But even with that, I think we'll win substantially.
I think he makes a really good point there about what they allow in New Hampshire, and I think he came off very good there. He wasn't over the top. He made a few jokes. He didn't make it, too divisive, and he wasn't really trying to bury anybody, and there was really no need to. Christie basically buried himself from Jump Street, and I actually believe him. I don't think he's really worried about anything in New Hampshire. I think he knows that he will win New Hampshire for a third time.
So this is I'm kind of going back and forth here between I'm trying to mimic what I believe people did last night, flipping back and forth. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
Maybe people just watched one thing, and we all know what that one thing was.
That's correct.
So this was probably the cringiest moment of the CNN debate. There was a lot of cringy moments, but this was the cringiest. Jake Tapper asked DeSantis and Haley what they admire about each other.
Oh.
I mean,
they admire about each other. Okay.
This is cut 22, Phil. Go.
So, thank you, Governor. So, you have been sparring on the campaign trail for months. We've seen some vicious attack ads going back and forth, and tonight we have had a very lively debate. On a different note, Governor DeSantis, let me ask you, what do you admire about Governor Haley?
Well, look, I mean, I think that, at the United Nations, I did think that she spoke out strongly on some key issues, and I appreciated that. I also appreciate the state of South Carolina. My wife is a College of Charleston graduate. Her parents lived there for many, many years, and so it is a wonderful state. There's a lot of great people there, and I think to be able to have been governor there is a great achievement, and I really appreciate everyone I've gotten to meet in South Carolina.
Governor Haley, what do you admire about Governor DeSantis?
I think he's been a good governor.
Okay.
End of discussion. That's it.
So we're going to squeeze in another quick break, and we'll be right back with more from the Republican debates here at
What do you guys think of that question?
Okay, so that was, I saw the time on the CNN screen there. That was 7:51 Pacific, so 10:51 Eastern. I did not watch that, so I'm assuming that debate went from 9 to 11. I'm assuming it's a 2-hour debate, unless it was from 10 to 11, which would be...
No, it was 9 to 11.
Okay, so it is, they went head-to-head with Trump for an hour. I think that is probably a soft landing at the end of what I would assume was some contentious back and forth between the two. Jake's trying to get out on a light note. I thought DeSantis handled that in a classy fashion. I thought Nikki tried to have maybe the last laugh or land a knockout blow and be very blunt and very short. I think he is correct that South Carolina is a pretty darn good state. A lot of actually we talk about where all these politicians are coming from the GOP, and we've talked about Trump and DeSantis, Byron Donalds. Florida has been a hotbed. South Carolina's got Nikki Haley, they got Nancy Mace, they've got Tim Scott, they've got Lindsey Graham. I say that tongue in cheek, but South Carolina pretty accomplished. I think Nikki tried to get the winning blow in there, and I think DeSantis looked very uncomfortable at the end there. He had that little grin on his face like he didn't know how to smile again.
Dawn, what did you think of the question?
It's the whole thing is awkward and bizarre to me. I don't know that it matters because Trump is going to get the nomination.
Mm-hmm.
And these two are going to go back to Florida and South Carolina.
I think Jake Tapper is the man that could unite America. Jake Tapper is the true unifier that Joe Biden claims he is, that he isn't.
Over on Fox News, they took questions from the audience, and they actually took a question from a DeSantis voter in Iowa who asked Trump why he personally demeans so many of the people who worked with him, for him. This is cut 9, Phil, go.
Right. That's absolutely true. So let's hear from Jane Jack, who is a teacher from Rhodes, Iowa. Jane, thank you so much for being here. And you said that you plan to caucus for DeSantis, but you're not completely decided. Is that right?
No, I am firmly, I will be caucusing for DeSantis. But I will say, Mr. President, I am extremely grateful that in your first term, you accomplished so many great things, but it was also with the help of many great people. Since that time, you have publicly criticized and personally demeaned so many of them. If you're given 4 more years, how will you convince good people to take the risk of working with you?
So I have a lot of people that want to work with me. I have people calling just as I'm getting on the stage. I had a call from two of the very most important people in the military who want to come to work for me. Everybody wants to come to work for us. We're going to have no trouble. We had great people. We had a couple that were not great, stiffs, as I would call them. But that's true with anybody. But now I've gotten to know Washington. I've gotten to know the people. I know the best. I know the smart ones, the dumb ones, the weak ones, the strong ones. And I think you're going to see something like you've never seen before. And the people in this room know it. We did an amazing job. And the reason, we have support is because of the job we did. Now, you like Ron DeSantis, but he wouldn't even be around today. He'd be working in a pizza shop or perhaps a law firm if I didn't endorse him. I endorsed him, took him from nothing to winning an election. And I was all for him. And then one day he said he'd run against me 4 years later after I got him in. And I said, that's not a loyal person. We can't have that. That's not a loyal person. So I think you'll be very impressed with what we're going to do. We're going to have the greatest economy in the world, which we don't right now. We have horrible, horrible inflation. And, you're never going to get that 30% down. You might even it, but you're not going to get it down. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
I loved that it bothers him that he doesn't have her vote. He everything he just said there, and then he flipped it to who's the unloyal one, the disloyal one. It's DeSantis, not me. Mm-hmm. But he wanted her vote, and he wanted to make his case. This is why you should vote for me. It was good. That was a good moment for him.
So first time around, he certainly had some people that he hired, that he surrounded himself with. And maybe he didn't realize were incompetent or were too entrenched in the swamp or whatever it might be. I would think the second time around, he will not make those same mistakes again. But see, that bothers that lady, that voter right there. And there's definitely a sizable portion of people that don't like when Trump is abrasive and he's ridiculing and ripping people, whether it's justified or not. Me personally, I cut through the noise. I'm not turned off by the mean tweets. I'm not turned off by the vindictiveness. Now, I think it could work against him. But to me, I just look at the results. That's all I care about. Whether it's the economy or the border or global peace, I don't get caught up in, now, yes, it's great content for us, but it doesn't impact my decision on who I would vote for. But clearly, I think that lady does represent a sizable portion of people.
Yeah, I would just say this. Would you rather work for or work with somebody who is brash and says everything about you to your face and openly? Or would you rather have a Chris Christie who's disingenuous, who's all nice to your face and pretends they're your friend, and behind your back they're sticking the knives in and twisting the knife? What would you rather have?
I'd rather have option A, but yep. I also know, and I think we all realize this, politics is all about using each other. I mean, yeah, if you want to work for Trump, that's great. It's probably going to launch. I mean, think about how many people have used Trump, and Trump has used other people as well. It's a two-way street. I mean, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, now the governor of Arkansas. Kayleigh McEnany parlayed her White House press secretary gig to a TV gig on Fox. So everybody's using everybody.
I would like, this woman is naive. I would say even Bill Barr. I will take you to most people who work for Trump, and he said whatever and they said whatever, and maybe they wrote a book. If he became president and called them up and said, work for me, they would be there. They would work. They would not pass up that opportunity. It's a tough, it's a tough, nasty business.
Well, I agree with you, Dawn. I have never seen so many people that have worked in his administration that have turned on him as much as they have with Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So, make of that what you will.
I'd love to know.
But there's there's not very many people that worked with him in his cabinet that haven't turned state's evidence against him or
there are a ton of people who work for him.
Have said bad things about him.
I mean, you're seeing the ones, who have gone to the media.
Right, we're hearing the negative ones, right?
But and they made a ton of money and wrote
Can
books.
you name one person? Can you name one person that was in his cabinet or that was in his inner circle that he's still friendly with?
What about Sarah? I just mentioned Sarah Huckabee Sanders, young woman. What about Kayleigh McEnany? I mean, she talks about him.
She was on the TV
She's been
a few months
honest
ago
about-
saying that DeSantis should be the nominee.
But I also think there's a lot of frauds out there for the ones that maybe say publicly that they like Trump or they had a good relationship with him. Let me bring up the perfect example. Talk about politics and the frauds that are out there. Let's bring up Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, I love Trump, and then we saw the text messages, right? Now, maybe we talked about it. Maybe that was a bad day where he was just exhausted by Trump or whatever.
I'm sure it was.
But there's people out there that have used Trump for their own career that say one thing publicly. It's politics. They're all snakes.
They're all whores. Exactly. They're all backstabbing, awful people. Every single one of them, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. They're all backstabbing, awful people that will sell you down the road for a cheeseburger if they think it'll benefit your career.
And by the way,
career.
the truth is that if we went through all the administrations, how come nobody, talked about, Clinton or Bush or this one or that one? Because you also have the combination of a celebrity who became president. And so people are interested in a personal way of reading so-and-so's book. Ooh, what happened in the Trump administration? Believe me, people who wrote stuff about another past president, unless it was about sex or salacious stuff, which you don't have any of that with Trump, but unless you had something like that in the Oval Office, nobody cares.
And I also think, too, when you have these successful type A egomaniacal alpha males, whether it's, Donald Trump, whether it's maybe a poor example of when I say alpha male, Don Lemon, not an alpha by any stretch. But my point being, throw in a Nick Saban, these people that reach the pinnacle, the 1%, these corporate, moguls, they're all divas. They're all bombastic. They're all difficult to work with. That's just part of the nature of the beast. I think that's why people like Trump, Nick Saban, whoever it is, anybody in the media, Tucker Carlson, that's why a lot of these people, A, you got to have the talent, B, you have to have the drive, and C, you have to have an ego that goes along with it to be as successful as you are. And some of the baggage that comes along with it is, he was a jerk to work for.
Well, that's that old saying about the fact that they've proven that everybody from a heart surgeon to a president to those powerful CEOs have a higher percentage of narcissism than the rest of us. Mm-hmm. So whether you want to call that testosterone, narcissism, whatever that thing is, I'll agree with that. You don't want a heart surgeon who's a wimpy person in there saying, I don't know what to do.
Right. Conviction.
Over on CNN there with the GOP second place debate, who's debating for second place, the lesser debate. Jake Tapper asks, is there any meaningful difference on how you and Trump view the Constitution? This was a question from Jake Tapper to Ron DeSantis. This is cut 23. Phil, go.
Governor DeSantis, is there any meaningful difference in how you and Donald Trump view the Constitution?
My role model for how to do the Constitution is George Washington. He said, the Constitution is the guide that I will never abandon. And I remember when I took an oath to be an officer in the U.S. Navy, you raise that hand, you put that left hand on the Bible, and it's interesting, the oath doesn't say that you're going to defend the shores of the United States or engage in military conflict. The oath simply says that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. As President of the United States, you will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. You can't just terminate the Constitution. I mean, I know he does, word vomit from time to time on social media, but obviously I will uphold the Constitution. And I think it's fine to criticize Donald Trump, and I know the media brings this up a lot. But you know who else deserves to be criticized? The people that violated the Constitution during COVID to lock people out of schools, to destroy businesses, to force masks on people, to try to force vaccines. I'm going to bring a reckoning to all these agencies, the CDC, the NIH, the FDA. They harm people in this country. And when Dr. Fauci said there was no learning loss for kids, that's a disgrace.
Thank you, Governor.
There's a reckoning coming.
I thought that was a really good answer. And I know there's a lot of people out there that don't necessarily identify as a Republican or a conservative, but as a constitutionalist. So I think that was spoken like an Ivy League law grad that he is. And I thought that was pretty funny when he slipped in the word vomit from time to time with Trump, which I actually think, I know a lot of the mainstream gets turned off by when Trump goes on those diatribes on truth. But I mean, I think that's one of the things that makes Trump relatable, that makes DeSantis a robot.
Yeah, and it was also a brilliant answer to your point about DeSantis because it reminds you that he was probably the most successful governor in America in seeing through all of this. And so that's something that I'm surprised more and more he doesn't punch on that to say, hey, you know what? I started to see through Fauci even before Trump did.
Well, it's funny you guys bring that up because over on the debate, well, it wasn't a debate, the town hall that people actually watched on Fox News, the topic of COVID did come up and the plan to avoid another shutdown. And Trump tells a different story about Ron DeSantis and COVID and how that all played out. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
You're a business owner. I'm a business owner. I own a small business and time is money. Would you ever allow a shutdown in the future?
A shutdown in terms of COVID?
Mm-hmm.
Or a shutdown in terms of budget? Because, you know, they're talking about a budget shutdown right now, but you're talking about a COVID shutdown.
Correct.
No, I wouldn't. And I never did. I let the governors make their decisions. And some of them, like from South Carolina, you know Henry McMaster, and frankly, North Dakota, a few of them. Tennessee, they didn't shut down at all. Florida did shut down. Ron DeSantis shut down. Or, as he's known, Ron DeSanctimonious. He shut his state down very violently, actually, and shut the highways down, the roads down. But we had, I'm a federalist in a sense because that's the federalist way. No, I didn't actually have a shutdown, despite the fact that some people wanted to and some people didn't want to. But we had some great governors. The governors that did the best job were Republican governors, and they were the ones that didn't shut down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Love you.
Appreciate it.
But a lot of people say, you know, that you listened too much to Dr. Fauci.
Yeah.
You were president at the time, could have perhaps influenced keeping things more open. And of course, Ron DeSantis would definitely argue with your characterization of how he handled it.
But if you go back and look at the records, you will see that the biggest fan of Dr. Fauci was Ron DeSanctimonious. He was a big fan. He said, I go by, exactly, quote, I go by what Dr. Fauci said. He said that 2 months in, all the way through, and then eventually changed when it wasn't, you know, that wasn't the dessert of the day. But Ron DeSantis was a big Dr. Fauci fan, and nobody wants to cover that. I say it every time. I don't care if he was or not, but, you know, when they hit me with this question, Dr. Fauci was not a huge factor in my administration. He became a much bigger factor in Biden's administration. He was there. He was somebody that was in government for 40 years. He did it for 40 years. So a long time. And what do I say? You know, you've been doing this for 40 years, get out. But he wasn't a big factor with me. He was a really big factor after I left with Biden.
You know,
Anthony, you are fired.
Yeah, well, there's no chance. So I've been consistent with this, and I'll reiterate my stance and my take on this again. Number one, DeSantis would not fire Anthony Fauci because the president has no ability to fire him. I will say a couple of things. One, keep in mind, yes, Trump is accurate when he says Fauci was a much bigger factor during the Biden administration, which he was. There were times in 2020 at the end of Trump where we were wondering if Fauci was banished, if he was benched. We heard and saw less of him. I can only speak for where I was living at the time, which was Tennessee. Tennessee, for the most part, was open. And I think this is a losing battle. It's a pointless argument for Republicans versus Republicans with COVID because the reality is Republicans in red states handled the pandemic and with freedom and lockdowns much better than Democrats in blue states and blue cities did. I know you guys during the pandemic up here dealt with far more restrictions than we dealt with in Tennessee.
Among the strictest in the nation, right here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's a very simple thing. I think moving forward, future possibilities of lockdowns, I don't think they will happen with Republican governors, but I think the Democrats will go back to the well again. They will do the same playbook that was proven not to work 3 years ago.
So I'm just fact checking all of this. He did declare, DeSantis did declare that state of emergency in March of 2020. So he, like a lot of governors, did declare the state of emergency. So I'm looking at, and in April of 2020, like a lot of people, he declared the lockdown.
Okay.
That's when they were.
Does it say when he lifted it?
And that was along with 30 other states that imposed lockdowns before Florida did so.
Okay.
So 85% of the population impacted. This was at the height of it that we all remember this, April 1st, 2020.
If I recall, though, Florida was back open again by May, is what I remember.
April 29th of 2020.
Yeah.
So for 29 days,
Okay.
he did have the lockdown, but then he lifted it.
Okay. I'm not going to crush any
for 29 days.
And I'm not trying to be a partisan hack here, but I will not crush. I'm not going to crush a Republican if they shut down for 3 or 4 weeks. At that point, nobody really understood what was going on. The fact that we had issues well past that with restrictions is absurd.
I think Montgomery County in PA was the first county to shut down in the country.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would take that to the bank that you're accurate with that. I mean, I live in Montgomery County.
Well, there was a doctor.
Yeah.
It was actually a chopped up a kid.
Yeah.
And there was a connection to one of my kids' school. Anyway, it was Montgomery County.
I remember DeSantis, for some reason, I can still picture him on TV right around the beginning of May of 2020 saying that we'll be open for spring break.
By the way, Dawn, on what you were just saying about, how this started in this area, we were talking about the measles outbreak that's happening here in Pennsylvania in the 6 o'clock hour. And thank you to somebody for sending this to me on Twitter, that according to an NBC article, the outbreak began after a child who'd recently spent time in another country was admitted to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, CHOP, with an infection which was subsequently identified as measles. The Philadelphia Department of Public Health considers the case to be imported, but did not say from where. So
See how they're wording this?
Yep.
Remember when we started talking about it a week ago, and we said that there was a tell in which they said Cheryl Bedegal and the health department said
imported.
The
Like
imported
a fine wine.
Exactly.
But what they've been saying is we will not ask for any ID. We will not ask for proof of, they're trying to tap dance around
No, it's
what's
like an
going
election.
on.
We won't ask for ID, any proof of, you just come on in.
They're trying to. I think what they're really. They should just come out and own it because it's actually too important.
Yep.
I think that we have a larger community here than we realize of folks who maybe are not English speaking and who've recently come here over the border, and babies and children. They just need to come out. And by the way, they should have an interpreter speaking Spanish, or and just own it because it's too important. They're going to spread this to babies, and they're going to die. It's horrifying.
Let's go back to the DeSantis-Haley debate from CNN. By the way, we're streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. And if you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button. If you want to see the videos that coincide with all the audio that we're playing, you can do so on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We stream live every day starting
We're basically a
at
TV show now.
6 a.m. We are basically a TV show.
Great.
So I'm going to go to cut 17 here, Phil. Why should voters look for an alternative to Trump? That's the question on the table for both Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. This was Nikki's answer. This is cut 17. Phil, go.
Haley, a response?
Well, I think this is a time that we know that we need a new generational leader. We have watched our country be in disarray. We see the world on fire, and we need someone who's had executive experience. I've been a 2-term governor that took a double-digit unemployment state and turned it into an economic powerhouse. I was at the UN. I dealt with Russia, China, Iran every day. But you're going to find out tonight that there's going to be a lot of Ron's lies that have happened. There are at least a couple of dozen so far that he's done. So what we're going to do is, rather than have him go and tell you all these lies, you can go to DeSantisLies.com and look at all of those. There's at least 24 lies that he's told about me, and you can see where fact checkers say exactly what's going to happen and exactly why it's wrong. So it will cover the fact that he's only mad about the donors because the donors used to be with him, but they're no longer with him now. And that's because he's upset about the fact that his campaign is exploding. You're going to see the fact that he has switched his policies multiple times, and we'll call that out tonight. But every time he lies, Drake University, don't turn this into a drinking game because you will be overserved by the end of the night.
I think this is... Wow.
Woo.
From downtown, Nikki Haley.
DeSantisLies.com.
I just went to it. Which is better? GregStockerSucks.com?
You beat me to it.
Is that what you were going to say?
Yes.
We're starting to think alike. That's hysterical.
That's actually not good for the program. Yeah.
GregStockerSucks.com, by the way. GregStockerSucks.com.
Yes. Wow.
No, I meant read each other's minds.
Yeah, no, that's remarkable. So let me say this. Nikki Haley does have a track record. Yeah, she did well in South Carolina. She's got some skins on the wall in multiple positions that she has held. But I didn't even realize that Dana Bash was a part of that. Boy, you talk about bringing out some low energy for that. You got Jake and Dana Bash. Not that Brett Baer's a bargain by any stretch either. He's very low energy as well. The thing with if the question is why, how did they phrase the question again? What was the specific question that you led as the intro? You don't need to play the tape, just how you phrased it.
It was, why should voters look for an alternative to Trump?
I would say that the simple answer is if you want an alternative, I'm assuming your alternative is because one of two things. You're either tired of the theatrics and the drama that comes along with Trump, whether it's Trump who initiates it or the media, and I think more of it is the media, or two, I think Trump is unelectable. You might like a lot of Trump's policies, but you just fear what I think a lot of us have talked about is that there are just so many people out there that hate Donald Trump that they're going to come out to vote against him, not for Biden. I think those are the two basic answers. I'm not sure what DeSantis' answer was, but that was Nikki Haley's.
We have we've been talking about this measles outbreak that according to NBC News was imported into our country. Ugh, the phrasing is just horrendous. We play this in the 6 o'clock hour before all of you who tune in later. Trump says that we are going to have the largest deportation effort in American history. This was asked about from an attendant who asked his plan to fix the border crisis. This is cut 10, Phil, go.
Taking office, how will you gather the several millions that have already entered our country illegally and return them to their country of origin?
Great question. It's not sustainable for our country. We have millions and millions of people here. It is not sustainable. Did you see in New York City where they're getting the regular students out and they're putting migrants in their place? We are going to have the largest deportation effort in the history of our country. We're bringing everybody back to where they came from. We have no choice. We have no choice.
There you go.
Well, it's two things that are going to happen. One, the media will say that's racist for Donald Trump to say that he's going to deport all of these people, and then also it's racist to build the wall. And then when Trump does end up deporting some people or finishing the wall, then we'll get the claims that he's racist or that he didn't come through and deliver on his promise of finishing the wall or deporting all the people in volumes and numbers that he has thrown out that he said that he will. The reality is this is an unmitigated disaster. It is a crisis. And honestly, I was a little bummed out to read that Jonathan Turley said that this is actually not an impeachable offense for Mayorkas. So the only solution right now is to vote Joe Biden out because the border is not going to be changed in the next 11 months. I mean, we're going to continue to see these numbers, 302,000 for December, and we'll probably set more records again in some months coming up, probably in the spring or the summer.
The next topic was foreign policy and the U.S. roles abroad. The question for Trump, this is Trump's town hall. How will you de-escalate global tensions and keep the U.S. out of foreign wars? This was his answer, cut 11, Phil.
De-escalate global tensions and keep the United States out of foreign wars.
Yeah, do it through peace through strength. You know, I just saw something where I was the only president for 78 years. No war started with. Now I wiped out ISIS. You know, I did a thing that was, I won't go into names, I won't go into specifics, but we did a thing that nobody thought was possible. Did it very quickly. I withdrew from Syria. I withdrew from Iraq. I withdrew. They want to put people back. We're in countries that don't even want us. We're with countries that a lot of you never even heard the names of these countries. You know, there's a great leader, in my opinion, is very strong. Some people say it's terrible to say that, but he is. Viktor Orban, he's the prime minister of Hungary. And they asked him, what would you do? There are wars all over the world right now. He said, what I do is make sure the American people vote for Donald Trump for president because when he was president, China feared him. I don't want to be feared. But he used the term, I'm not using the term. President Xi's a very tough cookie. But I think they did fear us. China feared him. Russia feared him. Everybody. I even got along with Kim Jong-un. You know, getting along with people with hundreds of nuclear weapons is not a bad thing. You know, they want to make it like a bad thing. It's a very good thing. But peace through strength. They didn't want to mess around. It would have never happened in Ukraine. Russia would have never gone in. Would have never happened. The recent attack on Israel would have never happened. 0% chance that was going to happen. They see a weak president in our country, and they did something that was unthinkable. So we're going to have peace through strength. We're not going to have to fight.
So on the other
with
side,
with that being said, you always have to be prepared. And I rebuilt our entire military. And think of it, Biden gave $85 billion worth of our military to Afghanistan so stupidly. Brand new tanks and planes and everything. 700,000 rifles and guns, 70,000 vehicles, many of them armor-plated vehicles. And by the way, people died.
God.
13 great soldiers died. I've gotten to know the families very well. Many horribly hurt. And hundreds of people killed when you include both. Hundreds of people killed in the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. So I really appreciate the question. And I appreciate very much that you're with me, and I'm with you too.
So from the other side of the...
So we got to get Sean Farash on to imitate Trump with the breathing there.
Sometimes...
Donald Trump here for Neti Pot. You pour the water in through this nostril, out through the other.
To your point, he's on an airplane a lot.
Yeah.
That's what that does to
I mean,
you.
who am I to be talking? I've had postnasal drip for 4 weeks and can't shake it.
Poor thing.
So, no, I think, look, obviously you say the economy, you say the border, and then you say global peace. Dawn, you say it. You say peace and prosperity. Trump said peace through strength. And that's right. Like, you know, the mainstream media will sit there and say, oh, he's praising Xi or he's praising Putin. No, he's stroking their ego to keep things at ease, which is kind of like, you know, the art of the deal. Sometimes you have to kiss a little butt. But the reality is this. We had no issues with any of these. Nobody would have thought to do what they're doing now under Biden. And we just saw there's a headline out yesterday that Kim Jong-un is like, basically it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we go to battle with South Korea. So all these global leaders, the same thing with Xi, with China and Taiwan. They see what's going on with Russia, Ukraine, and Israel and Hamas. And they're like, you know what? If we're going to have conflict, the time to do it is now because Joe Biden exudes weakness. They never would have done it under Trump, and they didn't do it under Trump. Very simple.
You're right.
All right. Coming up next, we are actually going to continue the cut sheet.
We have so much.
Right. So part 2 of the cut sheets next.
Yep.
Part 3 will be up at like 9:35.
I have a ton more clips from both the...
I said we just do the cut sheet till 10 o'clock.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We have other things to get to. But I do have more cuts to get to, and I want to get to them next.
All right. We will get to that on the other side. Kayal and Company, quick break, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody. QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
I was super successful, and I
I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu in his hand.
8:36. Welcome back in. It's Kayal and Company on an action-packed Thursday morning. All sorts of news that we have been covering, analyzing, and pontificating on from yesterday. A very, very busy day. What's on the cut sheet? Round number 1 in the books. Normally round 2 comes up at 9:30, 9:35, but we have so much that we will give you bonus coverage
There's
of
so
Stalker's
much.
cut sheet.
There's so much to go. 91 LSXer says the rest of the cut sheet coming up tomorrow at 6 a.m. It's just going to extend into tomorrow's show.
That's right.
So the Trump town hall and the Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley debate happened simultaneously last night. So we're kind of going back and forth playing both of them.
And by the way, too, I would imagine we'll get ratings either tomorrow or Monday for both of these.
Should we take a bet?
I was just going to say, do we want to place our wagers now as
God.
to how big Trump was able to defeat the two of them?
So let me see here. 9 o'clock. They usually get 2 million viewers for Hannity's.
That's right.
I'll do 4.3 for Fox.
4.3.
And I'll do 1.2 for CNN.
So just under 4 times the amount. That was about the area I was going to go. You said Hannity's roughly about 2 million viewers a night. You said 4.3. I'm going to go, let's go, I'll go, let me go 4.9 million.
Wow, okay.
For Trump on Fox.
Yep.
And so you've got DeSantis plus Nikki Haley. I don't even know who's on CNN at that time. Those numbers are probably in the 6 figures as far as viewers. I'll go 1.2 $5 million for those
All right.
two.
Okay, Dawn.
How many people? I wonder about these power outages because, especially in our part of the country and across the country,
Iowa's going through a bunch of stuff too. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
No, Iowa, the state of Iowa.
Right.
Iowa had a huge storm.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's
what I mean. Like across the country,
and they just got TVs and cable in Iowa a couple of years ago.
That's so funny. I thought Greg was saying I went through stuff, not Iowa. That's kind of sorry.
Oh, we all go through stuff, Dawn.
No, he was saying Iowa. Who's on first? So I wonder with the power storms, how much? I'll just go $5
million for
Trump,
for Fox, and then for CNN.
What's their usual? What's the?
It's got to be in 100,000. So like maybe they do 800,000.
679.
Wow. So they don't even break.
Right.
They don't even break a mill.
They should have kept Abby Phillip on, according to Dawn. The hell with DeSantis and Haley.
So let's go to the Trump town hall. We have some more cuts to play. The story was in the news earlier this week about Trump getting foreign donations, foreign money when he was president. That was addressed yesterday with Brett Baer. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
Documents that say that nearly $8 million in payments to your businesses from foreign governments, China included, Saudi Arabia, while you were in office. They say Article 1 of the Constitution says you can't accept money from foreign governments while president. Would you pledge to divest from your business in the second term as other presidents have done? So that's what they're reporting.
I own hotels all over I don't get free money. Somebody rents a hotel room, et cetera, much money I gave back. In fact, I didn't have to do it. You know, George Washington was a very rich man. People don't know that. In his essentially White House, which wasn't built, but they had an office, he had a business desk and he had a country desk right next to each other. You're allowed to do that. I didn't do it. I put everything in trust. And if I have a hotel and somebody comes in from China, that's a small amount of money. And it sounds like a lot of money. That's a small. But I was doing services for that. People were staying in these massive hotels, these beautiful hotels, because I have the best hotels. I have the best clubs. I have I have great stuff. And they stay there and they pay.
Oh my God.
I don't get $8 million for doing nothing like Hunter. I don't get $500,000. I don't get $500,000 for doing a painting. It's not a bad idea, I guess, if you can get away with it. When I heard that, when I said there's no way they get away with that, but they got away with that, I guess. They got away with it. No, we have, there was an emoluments lawsuit against me where the radical left sued me for that, and I won the suit. And the judge said, they go to his hotels. What's he going to do?
There you go. We want to hear more from my.
There you go.
I have the best towels in my hotels. I have the best soaps. The best.
He does.
Have
you been to a Trump hotel?
You know what's weird? I was thinking about this as I watched it last night, and I said to myself, what Trump-owned or branded properties have I ever been to? I've never been to a Trump hotel. I've always wanted to play a lot of Trump golf courses, whether it's in Jersey or Florida, but I never have. The only time I've ever stepped foot in anything that was a Trump property was at his casinos in Atlantic City. So I can't speak to that. But the one takeaway I have is when it comes to Trump and money, the left is so infatuated with his business dealings. Remember for years it was like reveal his taxes. I want to see his taxes.
Wait, hang on.
I'm not infatuated with his money. I don't care about that.
Aren't we talking about Biden and Hunter Biden and their business dealings? I mean, talk about, being infatuated with business dealings.
The reason that Letitia James and these folks the reason he's, and by the way, if I did a big three, which I'm not right now, but they're on Trump watch right now. That proceeding with Engelmoron is going to begin any minute where they're trying to take away the business that he and his family built. But the reason that they can even parse through his paperwork is because it's all legally filed. The reason that they can subpoena the banks that, by the way, say he was fantastic to do business with is because he legally filed. They don't have to go through hoops to find these secret LLCs that are down a rabbit hole they had shell companies and use these special, subpoenas to find where's all the money. I mean, right there, that tells you that's shady. Trump never did any of that stuff. That's why they can look through all of his financial dealings and track all of his business dealings and parse through it. They're having a tough time in Congress, even trying to, even with the power of the subpoena, to find this stuff.
Yeah, my whole thing has always been because my mother-in-law used to obsess over Trump's taxes. I'm like, what do you care about his business tax? Like, to me, that I look at, again, I try to cut through the noise, and I'm not one of these guys that worships Donald Trump. Like, I voted for Trump. I like his policies. He cracks me up. He's great content. But like this obsession over, like, dude, yes, he's incredibly wealthy and. The difference here, I think, Dawn, you nailed it, is one guy is using his name and his family brand and influence peddling, and we're sitting here and we're wondering, well, what exactly? Because anytime somebody gives you money, it's usually in exchange for a product, a service, or goods. Well, what was exchanged? What did the Bidens offer? Hunter Biden as the middleman and the peddler and the bad guy for Joe, so to speak, the big guy. What exactly was given? Nobody just gives you money for giving you money. They expect something in return.
Agreed.
So that's the difference there. And
I agree with you 100% on that, by the way. Let's go over to the lesser debate, the debate for second place. The question to Ron DeSantis is Nikki Haley sufficiently pro-life for a Republican base? This is going to be cut 20 here. Phil, go.
She's, quote, indulged in left-wing tropes and chastised pro-lifers. Do you believe Governor Haley is sufficiently pro-life?
I think she's been confused on the issue. I think she's trying to speak to different groups with different things. But when she says things like pro-lifers need to stop talking about throwing women in jail, that's a trope. No one I've ever met thinks that that's something that's appropriate. These women are in vulnerable situations.
But it's happening.
They don't get any help a lot of times from these fathers who don't want to be there supportive. A lot of times they don't have resources themselves. So it's a very difficult situation, and we've got to have compassion for those situations. But I think when she starts bringing that in, that's using the language of the left to try to attack pro-lifers. So I think that is wrong.
That is almost verbatim. If you remember 2 nights ago when DeSantis did his town hall on Fox with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum, that is clearly a memorized position to take. I think he's trying to kind of soften what his stance is. Remember, keep in mind the 6-week heartbeat ban.
Yeah.
But I'm with you guys. I mean, I think if there's one person that can speak on the issue the best within the GOP on what has clearly been a losing issue since Roe v. Wade, June of 2022, it's Nikki Haley.
Yep, agreed. I mean, so that's this morning, and I sent you guys even this. I just emailed you guys earlier this morning. Morning Joe and Mika had a whole segment on exactly what you're talking about. All the networks have big banners. Trump proud to ban abortion. That's going to be the big takeaway from the town hall last night.
Yep.
In the mainstream media, I mean.
While this was all going on, Ron DeSantis needed to throw. While this debate about abortion was going on, Ron DeSantis needed to throw in the fact that Donald Trump should be on the stage with them.
Mm-hmm.
This is cut 19. Phil, go.
Donald Trump should be on this stage. He owes it to you here in Iowa to explain this change he's had in his positioning, to explain why he has a tough time saying whether a man can become a woman or not, to explain why he wants to build a $1 billion-plus big, beautiful new FBI building right in the heart of the swamp in Washington, D.C. He needs to explain why he didn't build the wall and why he added $7.8 trillion to the debt. Every candidate needs to earn your vote. Nobody's entitled to your vote. And he comes in here every now and then, he does his spiel, and then he leaves. I've shown up to all 99 counties because it's important. You're a servant of the people. You are not a ruler over the people. And that's the type of president that I will be for.
Well, I actually like the end there of that answer. You are a servant of the people, not a ruler of the people. I actually like that a lot, to be honest. I did not hear that or see that part at all. I didn't watch any of the CNN debate last night. It was all on Trump. But I would say this. You guys, and I say you guys, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Vivek, Chris Christie, none of you have polled well enough to make it Trump's worthwhile. I mean, the reality is he has been up 35, 40, 45, 50. Trump has said 60 in some polls, up 60 points. There's nothing for him to gain. And I don't think at all that Trump is worried about debating them. And I actually believe that DeSantis truly does want to debate Trump. I think DeSantis in his own mind thinks that he would hold up really well against Trump. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think if Trump showed up, I think he would if he showed up against Nikki Haley, with all due respect to Nikki Haley, it's over for her. He would have buried Chris Christie. I don't know how it would have played out with him and Vivek, because I don't think Vivek would have really wanted to go after Trump, because Vivek's made it kind of his thing to be like a mini Trump and to stroke Trump, which is a smart move for somebody that's 38, 39 years old. I really do wish we would have seen a Trump-DeSantis debate. I think it would have been must-see TV, but I do think Trump would win.
Trump was asked about, so he made a comment to some interviewer the other day about how he hopes the economy crashes in the next 12 months because he doesn't want to be Herbert Hoover. Bret Baier asked him about that comment and what he meant by that, and this is cut 13. Phil, go.
On an economic shutdown, you said this week in an interview that if there's an economic crash, that you hope it happens now.
Yeah.
That you don't want to be Herbert Hoover.
I don't want to be Herbert Hoover.
You're not saying you're hoping for a crash, just to be clear.
No, I think this. I think the economy is horrible, except the stock market's going up. And I think the stock market's going up because I'm leading Biden in all of the polls, every single poll for the last, with states that normally are not easy to lead. You know, when you're leading in Pennsylvania, you're leading in Michigan, you're leading in Wisconsin. We're leading in virtually every state and of the swing states, and overall we're leading by a lot nationwide. But I would say this, we have a situation which I believe the stock market goes up because I'm leading. I think if I wasn't leading, the stock market would be 25% lower. And I think, frankly, if I didn't win, I think the stock market would crash.
Yeah, but you said when there's a crash, I hope it's going to be during this next 12 months because I don't want to be Herbert Hoover.
Well, I think there will be a crash if I don't win. And I say that, and I do not want to be Herbert Hoover. Do you know who Herbert Hoover was? 1929, he was the president, and that was not a good time to be. I don't want to be Herbert Hoover, and I won't be Herbert Hoover.
I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. 19, you get all emphatic about the date, too. 1929. We gave you some of those projections. I think you guys were on vacation the week leading into Christmas, and one of the, I think it was J.P. Morgan or some financial guy gives his top, projections, and he's projecting I forget the guy's name now, projecting the worst crash since the Depression. I don't think we're going to head down that road, but I mean, my God.
Say a prayer. You know, when we were over the summer, we actually visited the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum because we were in Iowa for the Special Olympics this summer.
Oh, that's right.
And I didn't know the whole history of him. Mm-hmm. And so it was funny to me when Trump brought that up, because the truth is he actually was a good guy, pretty good president. We learned all about that history. But yeah, he was thrown under the bus and blamed for everything that he came right when he came into office. Mm-hmm. Boom, this happened.
Right.
And then he had to deal with all of it. And so it was under his watch that all of these things that he inherited happened.
Well, you know what would happen if Trump gets elected and then the market crashes to 12 days later. Mainstream media will be labeling him as the reason for it.
Yep.
One more from the Trump town hall. Bret Baier confronted Trump over his bedlam remark. I don't know if you guys saw this, but he had said something to the effect of that if the Supreme Court decides the 2024 election, there's going to be bedlam or something along those lines. And Bret Baier he asked him straight up, can you say political violence is never acceptable? This is cut 15. Phil, go.
You seem to issue a warning that if in the courts, and even the U.S. Supreme Court, if they didn't treat you fairly, that maybe there would be bedlam in the country. Use that word, bedlam in the country. And in the last 2 days, at the same time, in the last two speeches, President Biden is focusing his campaign on the threat to democracy and political violence. Take a listen.
I'll say what Donald Trump won't. Political violence is never, ever acceptable.
By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, the Chiron says Valley Forge, PA.
I know. Yep. Still get it wrong.
Question. This is clearly a focus of the Biden campaign. So can you say tonight that political violence is never acceptable?
Well, of course that's right. And, of course, I'm the one that had very little of it. Take a look at wars. Again, I didn't start. I wasn't involved in wars. We beat the hell out of ISIS. We won 100%. We brought our troops back home. Look at the violence that we've had. Look at the violence we have recently.
Right, but when you say bedlam, what do you mean?
I think you have bedlam. I think you look at Joe Biden, it's bedlam. You have a man who can't lead. You have a man who can't find his way off a stage after he makes a speech that lasts for about 2 minutes. No, I think bedlam is Joe Biden. I think that he's using this. This is just a political ploy. Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. You know, it's interesting. I did a show, Sean Hannity. Did you ever hear of him? He's a very nice man. And he said, essentially, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me. I think he was trying to give me a nicer question than maybe you guys would. He meant it very well. I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally. And the other is energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So
you weren't saying that if the
and the press picks it up. So I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. They cut it. They go, I'm going to be a dictator. But they cut the rest of the sentence. No. I am not going to be a dictator. I'm going to manage like we did. We were so successful that the country was coming together. It was actually coming together and coming together well. It was a beautiful thing to see, and we're going to do that again.
All right, let's bring
in... By the way, that's why I have the poll numbers that I have, because the people, I think this audience is an example. I mean, I asked a question. I said, how many people came last night? How many people came the night before? And I got a very honest answer. Not many compared to what we have. We had a great crowd and have a great crowd.
We want to hear from some more.
Yep, the media, they love to take little snippets and then run with it. Bedlam. It has been bedlam under Joe Biden. It's been utter chaos. I mean, perfect example. The Secretary of Defense has prostate cancer and nobody knows he's in the ICU. I think that qualifies as chaos and bedlam. I mean, can you imagine if that happened under the Trump administration for 5 straight days? They'd impeach him again. There you go. That'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. I believe we'll have a Part 3 coming up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe we spilled our bucket.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. We've been doing the cut sheet since last Wednesday. We will come back, wrap up the fourth and final hour of the show. We'll kick off the 9 o'clock hour with a big 3 from Dawn, and then we'll get to some of your calls. I see some people waiting on hold. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Back after this.
I want to ask you something, please. Don't go another year compromising. Compromising because you're suffering in pain. That pain in your knees, maybe your shoulder. I want you to call QC Kinetics. Do this now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. It's awesome. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The future of pain treatments has arrived. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients all across America and across our region. Remember, I told you, I visited the QC Kinetics at KOP, King of Prussia. Those board-certified QC Kinetics providers are awesome. Their patients are thrilled, telling me that they feel like a new person, because they used to suffer back pain, hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or injury. So this isn't a Band-Aid. It's revolutionary stuff, non-surgical. Just call QC Kinetics. Put this on the calendar for yourself and get that free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
Medication?
My daughter started making necklaces. She
She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanted to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Is your broker telling you to stay the course? Market volatility, fees, and inflation cost Wall Street investors trillions of dollars last year. Can you afford to continue those losses into 2024?
If your broker is telling you to stay the course and hope things will get better, they won't. We are Frank and Vicki Ball, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2014.
Right now, it's not just investments are going down, prices are going up, and that's one thing that we do not worry about. We've been really satisfied and grateful for our returns within the Crash Proof system to be able to have our funds grow, keep the interest, and not pay any fees has been just a great gift.
Learn more about the proven solution that stopped all market losses and fights inflation for over 5,000 Crash Proof consumers at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I've learned all my lessons before now. 901 Kayal and Company. Good to have you in. Fourth and final hour Thursday morning. If you missed any of today's show, well, I mean, I don't know where you've been. We start at 6 o'clock, and shame on you, but don't worry. We take care of you. Odyssey app, rewind feature. Go back and get all of the big stories that we have discussed in the first 3 hours. Or, of course, you can watch the replay on YouTube.
Yeah.
How about that? So,
Many ways. Yeah,
many ways indeed.
Many ways.
All right, morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. We will also find out later this morning what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won social media today, Twitter and YouTube. But since we did go very, very long on the cut sheet, we have some catching up to do in the news. And for that, at 9:02, it's time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Philadelphia police answering frantic 911 calls for help in Philadelphia's Port Richmond neighborhood. Ultimately, the police officers opened fire on the suspects. In this case, these suspects, in air quotes, were dogs attacking two women and a small dog who were in their fenced-in backyard. So this attack happened on the 3700 block of Sepviva Street. Like I say, in Port Richmond, 5 pit bulls, according to police, jumped the fence and then started biting the small dog as well as two women in their own yard. This happened 9:30 last night.
Jeez.
Of just a violent attack, and we don't know what in the world would have triggered this situation, but certainly a life-threatening situation. These were big dogs, biting dogs, attacking these two women as well as their small little, like you say, Nick, a little doggy that fits in your purse, one of those little. So ultimately, officers did fight. When they rushed there, they fired upon the pit bulls, some of them terriers or pit bulls as they're called. And so two of the dogs were struck. I don't know if they were killed, but it's the talk of the neighborhood, a horrifying situation. Both of the women were rushed to the hospital where they are, and they're recovering, and they're expected, to survive.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the little tiny dog, that dog is at the vet in critical condition. I don't think that it's expected for the little dog to survive. But
yeah,
geez, what a horrible thing.
Well, this only goes to the narrative again that pit bulls are dangerous dogs, but it really does depend on how you train and raise them.
Though.
I say that all the time. I agree. There's no bad dogs, just bad owners.
Yep.
However, let me say one thing too: is that it's really hard to keep up on the pit bulls aren't bad dogs when literally it's always the pit bulls that
more
are doing
often
this
than
stuff.
not it is them.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean that I don't agree with what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's hard to argue that when it's always these pit bulls that seem to be doing these things.
Yeah, it's not. And I've owned labs my whole life. I like the Labrador Retriever. I'm not anti pit bull, and it's not because of the notion or even if they are the most aggressive of them all. I've never liked the way pit bulls. I don't think they're an attractive looking dog.
Oh, some of them. My niece has two pit bulls, but she raised them from. They're really a terrier. The pit bull's an American made-up name, but she raised them from puppies.
Yeah,
and that's the difference when you adopt a dog. Because my sister-in-law, she adopted this one pit bull that she named Rosie, which is my mom's name. I don't know if you name your pit bull your mother-in-law's name, what that means, but this dog seemed like a sweet rescue dog. One day at the park, just went nuts and attacked another dog and ripped its ear off. So I will say, this owner who's cooperating apparently of these 5 pit bulls, I would say if you have any rescue dog, and depending on how long you've had them, maybe you're not living in the city, or maybe you live, you have to take that into consideration. The SPCA is very good about that. Years ago, they would not let us adopt a German Shepherd.
Really?
Because we had little kids, and we live in the city. We have a huge yard, but they just said they're usually, as far as the SPCA, they're very good about these things.
Yeah.
That they say they want to know where you live, what about kids,
right?
And they're really good with trying to find the right home for the dog. But yeah, this makes these dogs all look terrible, and it's really about the owner.
Yeah, my sister's had German Shepherds ever since she's been an adult. We've had labs. My wife had when we first started dating, back in the Stone Age, back before the Prohibition. She had a rat terrier, those little dogs, and they are so territorial. I'll never forget this little dog. His name was Spots. Just this little miserable, snarky little dog, always staring at you, always suspicious of you. He would always guard my mother-in-law. So I would mess with him and tease him as I'm walking out to leave the house. I would act like I'm going to charge at my mother-in-law, and then he'd go flying off the couch and run at me, and I would quick get out the door and slam the door shut before he bites my face off.
You're a horrible pet owner. Yeah, honestly.
Well, this wasn't my dog.
Still. You're a horrible person. How dare you?
Yeah, I think that dog's in hell right now, and he deserves to be there. He's a miserable little spud.
And those little dogs, they go, they have those little teeth.
That was him. And he would bite, too. And he bit my mother-in-law's finger really bad one time, severed a tendon, went down to the bone. And she was in a splint for a while. Yeah, those dogs, you don't want to mess with those little rat terriers. They're little pesky little dudes.
Napoleon syndrome. Right?
Yep.
In Philadelphia, and I want to I'll end with the big 3. So this is number 2, but I'll end with some brand new numbers, labor stats, because we talked about Herbert Hoover and Trump. So this is kudos to the Inquirer. They have this front and center this morning, and they posted this story about nonprofits and fraud in Philadelphia, and how there were people who tried to alert the state and officials and the city, and nothing was done. And they're focusing on community council health systems in West Philadelphia. And this is this is a health system that helps people, poor people, families, and that sort of thing. And what they're talking about here is that behind the scenes, this publicly funded nonprofit was, they say, systematically just plundered by top executives for years and years. Millions of dollars they're talking about misappropriated, and how even, top state officials just let this thing go. And when the chief executive, Joe Watkins, tried to commission an investigation, ultimately they fired him. The state still at that point allowed these board members to get off scot-free.
Wow.
And kudos to the Inquirer for highlighting this one.
Sure.
But it's just a sin, and especially in a city like Philadelphia, this is a nonprofit that's supposed to help the poorest among us. Shame.
Right.
Shame on them.
All right.
Let's talk about these new consumer prices out this morning. It's not great news. Consumer prices rising 3.4% last month compared to a year ago, accelerating notably from the previous month, and then defying what we hoped was this smooth path to normal levels, and we're all hopeful for the new year. These are brand new stats just released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, released just this morning. Federal Reserve, we've been hoping that they're just going to stand back and dial back the inflation fight by cutting interest rates this year. We hope that this new information does not alter that. But interest rates, we've talked a lot about it, not just year to year, but overall, we feel it with Bidenomics, et cetera. And so interest rates obviously would ease borrowing payments for everybody. The debt has gone up. And this, as lawmakers, of course, there's this huge fight with Mike Johnson in the House talking about dealing with paying bills on a national, federal level. But I'm talking about all of us, credit cards, mortgages, and risk-stoking consumer demand driving up inflation. So prices last month rising faster than any of the government economists had hoped or predicted.
All right.
That's the bottom line.
Gotcha.
We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Experience pure performance from the Acura model lineup, Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. You get special financing as low as 3.9% APR, 36 months on the 2023 TLX Sports Sedan, and more. You can shop online, piazzaacura.com, Piazza. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. I said we would get to some of these calls. Dom has been hanging around. He's in the Poconos, and we've got Dom up now this morning on Talk Radio 1210. Dom, you go right ahead.
Hey, thank you. Hey, good morning, everybody. I've been listening to you guys for years. You're a great ride home listen.
Oh, right. So you work third shift?
Yes, I do. I work in Lansdale, and I commute to the Poconos every day.
Wow, God bless you. Wow. Jeez.
Hard-working
All right.
man.
Well, the reason... Oh, by the way, I have a pit bull lab mix, and she's a sweetheart to everybody.
Nice.
And every living thing out there. But the reason I called is I'm a little upset over this whole Valley Forge thing. Biden never made it to Valley Forge. He was at a community center.
No, he was there for the wreath and then did the speech in Bluebell. But the media kept portraying that with the image that he was, with the graphic, that he was giving the speech from Valley Forge, which he was not, which is, 11.1 miles away.
Exactly. I know exactly because I used to live around Bluebell myself. I know the area.
Yep.
But he was, I was at the community college. I mean, come on, man. Why didn't they just say he was at the community college?
That's correct.
Instead of insisting he's at Valley Forge.
Well, because he's a plagiarist.
It kind of really bothered me.
Yeah.
Well, and I had to get it off my chest.
Yeah, well, he's a plagiarist, and he wants to be like George Washington and thinks he's George Washington, and he's bringing up the George Washington Valley Forge stuff from the past and how they went through the... But here's the worst part of it, and thanks for the call, Dom, is, he's trying to channel like he's like this modern-day George Washington. George Washington, you think he was going to delay or move up a speech a day because of inclement weather? No.
They were freezing to death.
Right.
They were freezing to death and starving to death.
Yeah. It's such
for 6 months.
Yeah, total crap. So, yeah. But how about that? Third shift overnight.
Love it.
And he goes from Lansdale to the Poconos.
I'm going to the Poconos tomorrow.
Look at you.
Oh, nice. Are we off on Monday?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you put something in that told me you were off?
Did I?
What are you... This is radio, people! Oh my God.
No,
we are not off. We can decide when we're off, but we do not, as a show, get off. That's all I'm saying.
Start at 6 a.m.
My Lord.
Usually Greg's triggering me.
Oh, God.
This segment is brought to you by Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield. Get financing as low as 2.9% for 36 months on select new models, including the 2024 Accord, Civic, or HR-V, only for a limited time. Shop piazzahonda.com today. I don't think nobody's getting off on Monday.
I am.
Oh, you're off Monday?
Yes.
Okay. So you're taking a 3-day weekend in the Poconos, getting away, a little vacation.
Yes.
So it'll be, well, at least we figured this out now, unlike, 5 days from now, because that would be like us being in the Biden administration and not knowing our Secretary of Defense is having a prostate procedure for prostate cancer as he is in the ICU, as he sends out an email, and then second in command is in Puerto Rico, and nobody places the phone call or a text. So let's a little housekeeping right now. So Anthony Dorenzo will be behind the board on Monday, and Phil will be elevated. Phil will do a little bit more than he normally does beyond just video. So Stalker will be off. We've cleared that out. See, let's just send this segment to Karine Jean-Pierre right now. Cut the tape, and we will send it to the White House and say, this is how you handle and you delegate and you coordinate paid time off or for a procedure. Very simple. There you go.
It shows you the low energy of, imagine you're the deputy under the defense secretary, and you're on vacation, right? But you get a memo, you're in charge, and that person is on the beach, and like they go, oh, what are you looking at? Oh, I just got an email. I'm in charge. Hand me that suntan lotion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the mentality of somebody, not to say, okay, I'm going to take this seriously. I better get back to, I better get back to the States.
Yep.
I'm out of the country right now, vacationing.
Correct.
Nothing. Doesn't call anybody, doesn't check in, nothing.
Nope. Not at all. All right, morning mystery movie clip in about 5 minutes as we continue live on this Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan Sectional. New ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa. New mattresses for a new lease on life. New colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Vacation?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanted to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Thursday morning, it's Kayal and Company as we continue live here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us, as many of you like to do, on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We do have some local stories to get to with Joe Biden coming back to Pennsylvania on this Friday and some Pennsylvania polling numbers. And also, we'll try to get to it. If we get to it today, great. If not, we'll save it for tomorrow. This report coming out about a new super PAC that believes they could be this mystery unit ticket to beat Biden and Trump. So see if we get to that before we get out of here this morning. But right now, 9:21, time to give something away yet again with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi.
Hi.
You must be Terry. I'm sorry I've been hiding, honey, but this dinner was tricky. Oof.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Sheila Gamble, his wife.
Come on, seriously, who is that?
His old lady.
Sweetie, it's a workstation.
Got it.
You come in here dressed like a hobo. It's distracting.
I know you're working. I'm so sorry.
Come on, seriously.
Think you know what it is? Maybe call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And this prize, another great prize today, as we've had all week long, a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. It is January 13th through the 21st. So starting this Saturday, you have an 8-day stretch to use your tickets. If you don't win them this morning, another chance tomorrow. Or tickets and info, just visit PhillyAutoShow.com. Caller number 12 at 855-839-1210. And you get those tickets. Best of luck to you. We'll get to the Joe Biden Pennsylvania story here in just a moment. But let me grab a call here. We've got Craig. Oh, it's our buddy Craig from Maryland. We haven't heard from Craigie in a while. Craig, what's going on this morning?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
All right, good. So I heard you chiming in on the foster dogs and all that stuff. So just wanted to let everybody know, and we have Joe Biden's first dog, Major, that bit everybody and got booted. We have that dog's sister, and today is her 6th birthday.
Wow!
And my wife is that, yeah.
And that's a German Shepherd, correct?
Yeah, the first one who was biting people.
Wait, so you have Commander's sister as
I have Major. I have Major's sister.
Okay, and is she aggressive? Does she bite too?
Only progressive.
Can she sniff out squad dems?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. No, my wife, I call her the dog whisperer. We fostered, I know Dawn and everybody, we fostered over 300 and some dogs in the last 7 years to good homes.
Oh, that's good work out of you, man.
Well, that's the only way I'm getting into heaven. Now, my wife, that being said, she's the angel of the bunch.
Oh, very cool.
She's retired. So
yeah,
gives her something to do.
All right. Well, Craig, thank you for checking in, buddy. Hope you're well. Appreciate the commentary.
Craig's the best.
Yeah. I do think German Shepherds can sniff out progressives. I think that's one of their traits. So he's fostered 300 dogs. Very interesting. Good work out of him.
Well, it just shows you that, they have dogs from the same litter, sibling dogs, and with a great owner, right? If you are a great family, then one sibling dog is perfectly fine. The other one, not so much.
Yeah. You start going through the Biden family here, both human and animals. Jill looks like an angel compared to the rest of them, doesn't she? Hey, you got Joe. He's a big guy. He's getting 10%. Hunter's, he's on the rock. Yeah, he's got hookers. They get the whole bit. The dogs bite people. It's just what a mess of a family, right?
Well, that's to your point. That's what we learned from this. That the dogs are Jill's babies. And that it was when she was traveling. When she was away, that's when they were off kilter. That's when these incidents happened, reportedly.
Right. And we've gone from Major to Commander. And I think there's how many documented bitings have we heard with Secret Service and other members of the Biden entourage? I think I want to say 6 or 7 different incidents where the dog has been, completely, out of its mind and doing things that it should not do. So very interesting.
I think they just released fairly recently it was maybe double that number that we were initially told.
Oh, okay.
That there were all of these different, employees.
Right.
Can you imagine?
No, I can't. And I don't want to be bitten by any dogs. Let's grab Chris in Havertown, who's our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. Chris, good morning. What movie clip did we just play about 5 minutes ago for you?
Good morning, guys. Love the show.
Thanks
for having me on.
Yeah, man.
You guys just played one of the funniest scenes from The Other Guys.
The Other Guys. Woo! That is correct. Circa 2010. Congratulations, Chris. You got yourself the tickets for the Philly Auto Show, which you can use between January 13th and the 21st.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thank you for playing, and certainly thank you for listening. Chris in Havertown, our winner. I don't want to rush through this because I do think this is important. Biden's going to be in Allentown on Friday. The importance of that, and has his speech in Blue Bell, not Valley Forge, Blue Bell,
Has it paid dividends? We've got the answers, and we'll delve into that for a couple of minutes on the other side. I don't want to zip through this. I think this is important for our audience to hear. So we'll get to that when we come back, and then we'll try to get to this mystery super PAC that could be on the verge of materializing. And reports are there's $300 million in funds to be allocated. Details when we continue. Kayal and Company, live here on this Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hi, this is Joe Medercher, PNC Bank Regional President. What's important to you? What drives you? What do you want your wealth to do? At PNC Private Bank, we call that your why, and we want to understand yours. Maybe it's creating a legacy, buying a home, or enjoying your retirement. Whatever your goals are, we'll work with you to build a personalized wealth plan to help you achieve it. So tell us, what's your why? To learn more, please visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at unitedtire.com. That's unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Well, we're living here in Allentown, and they're closing all the factories down.
9:32, very fitting that we come back to this, as Joe Biden will be coming back to Pennsylvania a week removed from canvassing the Valley Forge Bluebell landscape of Montgomery County. And we have talked about this in the past on this show, that it is a very, very smart thing to do. If you are Joe Biden and or Donald Trump, you should be making Pennsylvania a priority, and certainly Biden has done that. Courtesy of the Philadelphia Inquirer, Joe Biden will be visiting Allentown on Friday, as the White House has confirmed, making his second visit to the state in about a week as he looks ahead for the 2024 election. As we know, he was in Bluebell on Friday of last week. This will be the second time in the state this year, and at least the 16th time since becoming president. The Lehigh Valley region is considered a critical battleground to the state. Allentown is home to the state's largest Hispanic population. Now, that is significant because we know that in the national polls, Donald Trump has about a 5-point lead over Joe Biden with Hispanic voters. Biden last in Allentown in 2021 when he made a stop at the Mack truck plant in Macungie, which is right up in the area where my sister lives. So I think this is important because now, and I don't know how much of the speech from Bluebell factors in, but latest Pennsylvania polling is out, and Quinnipiac released a poll that says yesterday that Joe Biden now leads Donald Trump in Pennsylvania 49% to 46%. As of October, it was the other way around, where Trump had a 2-point lead, 47 to 45. So about a 5-point swing. Again, you take it for what it's worth, whether it's positive for Trump or negative. Polls are polls. You take it with a grain of salt. But this polling in Pennsylvania was conducted between January 4th and January 8th with just under 1,700 self-identified registered Pennsylvania voters. Again, we've talked about this, and, Trump has floated out the idea of Madison Square Garden. To me, I don't think he can win New York. He can certainly win Pennsylvania. I think it's imperative that he makes Pennsylvania, in addition to those other 5 or 6 battleground states, one of his top priorities.
But I think the reason that he says that he's going to go after New York is, what we started out with, what you started out with this morning, talking about what's happening, not just in New York City, but New York State. And Kathy Hochul, not popular,
right?
But in New York City right now, I think that you look at these parents who are so upset. Not just parents, business people, Democrats who are upset with the fact that they have been inundated with this more than 100,000 people on the, especially, you think about Long Island or Manhattan, the island of Manhattan. And so it's crunched in there. The streets are already crowded. Now they've got people being put up in tents. People are furious about it.
Yeah. And look, you look at it, the Hispanic vote is up for grabs, and we're seeing this influx at the southern border. We understand strategically what Democrats are trying to accomplish. So to your point, it would make sense for Trump to be in New York, and certainly other places as well, whether you're trying to win over Democrats that are ticked off at Democrats that they voted for, or to win over the Hispanic vote of people that have come to this country. So we will see how that plays out. I'll save the Super PAC story because we could actually have a deeper conversation on that later tomorrow when we have more time. Let's get to, I can't believe we're saying this, at 9:36. What's on the cut sheet part 3?
I had to do this. I had to do this.
On the cut sheet!
Part 2. The reason I'm doing this is because Mika had a one-on-one with Joe Biden this morning. There's all kinds of interesting stuff that happened. Look, this is a breaking news show. We go where the news goes.
Yeah.
We talk, when stuff happens and there's a lot of audio, we try and get to it as best we can. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Best Work Industries for the Blind's e-commerce stores helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offers traditional Office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and more with free shipping and next day delivery. Shop now at save at bestworksupplycenter.com. That's bestworksupplycenter.com. Okay, so Mika Brzezinski on the MSNBC programs, The Morning Joe, asked about Joe Biden, her husband, Joe's husband, being too old. 81 years old. And this was what she said. This is cut 25. I can't believe I said that. Cut 25.
Wow.
Cut 25, Phil. Go.
Many would say that literally everything is on the line. I think you just said that. This is a massive amount of physical and emotional stress. It would be on any person. Your husband is 81. At the end of a second term, he'd be 86. As his life partner of 46 years, is there a part of you that is worried about his age and health? Can he do it?
He can do it, and I see Joe every day. I see him out, traveling around this country. I see his vigor. I see his energy. I see his passion every single day.
Mm. So, to those who say, I can't vote for Joe Biden, he's too old, what do you say?
I say his age is an asset.
Aha! He's wise.
Yes, he's wise. He has wisdom. He has experience. He knows every leader on the world stage. He's lived history. He knows history. Mm-hmm. He's thoughtful in his decisions. He is the right man or the right person for the job at this moment in history.
So democracy is on the ballot, and also something has been lost in this last 4 years, or during your husband's presidency as a result of the Trump presidency, and that is a woman's right to choose.
There we go.
Women's health care. How important do you think that should be in a factor for all Americans who are voting in the next election? It feels like we've slid back. I mean, I can't believe my daughters.
That's why we have to keep fighting. And and what Joe wants to do is to codify Roe. And that's what we have to do. We have to keep fighting.
Are you ever hopeless? Do you ever lose hope?
No. I'm never hopeless.
Okay, three things. Number one, Joe doesn't know what day it is. Number two, she says he's full of vigor and energy on a daily basis. She sees it every day. That's weird because to the American public, he only seems energized and invigorated when he talks about January 6th. That's what we took away from last Friday in Bluebell. But towards the end there, where you talk about abortion, I mean, the facts are the facts. The numbers don't lie. Since Roe v. Wade was basically sent back down to the states and left amongst states to decide, and Supreme Court said we're not going to touch this issue. We're going to relegate it back to the state level. Republicans have lost every single time. So you heard it right there. There's the DDA, democracy, dictatorship, abortion. Two of them are nonsense. One is a real life issue, and the real life issue is the last one we just heard there, and that's abortion.
Yeah, and you think about, and that's why this morning, I didn't mean to be Dawny Downer when you asked me earlier. It's just the way that Trump answered it, again, honestly, but, is saying that he was proud of the fact that Roe v. Wade, that was something that was done by a court, that, he made those judges, he put those judges in place, and he's taking credit for that in air quotes. But he has talked in the past about why that's important. He should have gone into that piece of it to say that in actuality, women are getting played on both sides and distracted, and there's a ton of fundraising going on. And what Trump should have said is that while women are getting played, these issues are not solved because why? People in the swamp, career politicians making more money than anybody, pretty much, and benefits are incentivized to not solve this issue of quote-unquote reproductive rights. And for Mika to say, and I'm glad the First Lady interrupted her question to say, I can't believe my daughters, what? I hope my daughters, what? Have an abortion? I wouldn't hope an abortion on anybody. No matter what you believe on the issue, to say now that, I hope. No, it's not a spa day. Okay? And so Republicans need to own the issue. If that's their stance, own it and say, look, it's not a spa day here. This is not a pleasant experience. And let's just make sure that we have an economy where women could choose to have their baby, or could choose to have their baby if they want, but also that they can prevent pregnancy. That's the way to go with this. But they don't. They just, for whatever reason, they don't handle it. It's really easy to talk about this issue.
Right. It's not, though, Dawn. It
is, though.
No, it's not, because the Republicans have been trying for 40 years to.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of men. They just don't.
In my entire
ladies,
lifetime,
would you like to stop getting your period once a month? Because you could. Just start with that.
In my entire lifetime, they have been really, really on the wrong. When I say the wrong side of it, I mean on the wrong side of where the general public is. They have not had a winning message on abortion since I've been alive. Honestly.
Right, but what they should own is to say nobody's incentivized to solve it. They all of them fundraise off of it. And the truth is, and I don't care what anybody tells me, the truth is, now in New Jersey they just started. They'll have birth control where you don't have to have a prescription for it. I've said this for years. It's crazy to have a prescription. The costs are crazy.
They need to drop it, and if
they can't drop it at this point,
then they're gonna. The more they talk about it, the more they're gonna lose. I'm telling you. Yeah. Joe Biden, real fast here on what the Republicans are doing to Hunter Biden. We talked a lot about what Hunter Biden did at Capitol Hill yesterday. She was asked about that by Mika. This is cut 26. Phil, go.
How have you been coping personally with the onslaught of accusations against your husband and your family, including and especially Hunter? It's the focus of a House Oversight Committee hearing, holding him in contempt, obsessing over him, showing pictures of him during vulnerable moments in his battle with addiction on the floor of the House. This would crush any family.
Mika, I think what they are doing to Hunter is cruel. And I'm really proud of how Hunter has rebuilt his life after addiction. I love my son, and it's hurt my grandchildren. And that's what I'm so concerned about, that it's affecting their lives as well.
Not all his
What do you
grandchildren.
think when you hear Trump Republicans calling it the Biden crime family? Or I have one congresswoman, the Biden crime family sold out America, Marjorie Taylor Greene. He's a liar. He's mentally incompetent. And let's not even talk about what "Let's Go Brandon" means, but you have U.S. senators holding signs that say that.
It's hard to realize our country, isn't it? I mean, to look at it, what we used to have, and what the other side, the extremists, have turned this country into. I mean, we would never see things like that, say, 10 years ago.
This has got to be so different than any...
I got to say this. This is going to be a very unpopular opinion. She's a great spokesperson for him. She's a great spokesperson for him.
No, she is.
That interview that she just did and those 2 sound bites that we played, she just resonated with millions of women.
Oh, so
I'm telling you.
Yep.
So she's a great spokesperson as a grandmother who doesn't acknowledge one of her grandchildren?
No, she did. They did finally.
Well, eventually, yes, but for the longest time, they didn't acknowledge her.
I'm not saying how I feel personally.
No.
I'm telling you that she
But
is...
I disagree with the notion. Like, if people pay attention and actually knew the story, I don't think they would arrive at the conclusion she's a great spokesperson for him.
You can't... millions and millions and millions of people struggle with addiction.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, when they talk about how they're humiliating Hunter through his addiction, that resonates with a lot of people, especially women. It's a bad play by the Republicans. It's a very bad play.
I think Hunter Biden, as a grown adult, has humiliated himself.
I don't disagree with you. I'm telling you what women think.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
I understand where you're coming from, but I think what I would say to a female that is saying, "Oh, I feel sympathy," I say, you feel sympathy for a guy that fostered a kid, didn't acknowledge the kid, and then yes, the addiction part itself is obvious, like, because we all have somebody or know somebody that's gone through some sort of addiction on some sort of vice, right? But like, all the pictures, all the stuff with women and blowing money and drugs, like, oh, I'm sorry, if he wasn't Hunter Biden, we would just look at him as like another loser.
You know that, I know that, Dawn knows that, everybody listening knows that. I'm just telling you that for the people who don't follow this as closely as we do,
right,
and they see an interview like that, or they hear that, the Republicans are mocking him or doing something through his struggle, that resonates with a lot of women.
I know.
So, and women are going to decide this election. And right now, the Republicans are blowing it at every opportunity they possibly can with women. I'm just telling you.
I think it's time to take women's voting rights away. It's been enough. We've tried. This is a failed experiment.
This goes back to my brother John. He's like 1920.
Yes,
it was a terrible year.
Make the 19 teens great again.
No, but that's why I'm serious. I think that they have to pivot and really talk about, Trump should talk about the swamp and how people get played by career politicians who really are incendiary, fire people up, and thus make people not realize that a lot of the issues we talk about are easy to solve.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we will find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter and YouTube today, as that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part Trey. How about that today? A lot of cut sheet stuff. Great stuff. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Medication? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't? I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The popular Friends and Family Sale is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today. For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Hi, this is Howard Eskin, and one of the best things about Tasty Cake snacks is you can enjoy them anytime, anywhere, like in the morning. Dipping sticks with a cup of coffee is a quick, tasty way to kickstart the day. And for work or school, it just makes sense. Now, what kid wouldn't be all smiles after having pecan swirls as a lunchtime pick-me-up? Even in the car, Philly traffic isn't so bad when you have Crimpets for the road. Tasty Cake, delicious anytime, anywhere. Grab your favorite Tasty Cake treat today. Tasty Cake, except no no substitutes.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.952, Kayal and Company, as we wind things down here on a very, very action-packed, lively Thursday. Tony Bruno will join us tomorrow morning for his normal spot, usually Wednesday at 8:30, but he's been under the weather. He'll join us tomorrow at 8:30 to wrap up the week as we wrap up a Thursday show 7 minutes out from the Dawn Show, and we find out what she has on tap for the top of the hour.
Yes, we have so much going on, and just to continue the conversation about what's happening in New York City with illegal immigrants there and mama bears speaking out and upset about it. So Governor Phil Murphy, the latest elected official who is a sanctuary state, New Jersey, or is he really? He's talking about 1,800 migrants, and are they allowed to stay in New Jersey? So are these governors and elected officials realizing what an unpopular issue this is? Governor Murphy spoke out about it, so we'll take on that one. Donald Trump's New York civil fraud trial is back in session. They're inside closing arguments. We're tracking that very carefully this morning, and that's a breaking news situation right around the corner. So also this year, a new study says what is the number one thing that most people want moving forward for the new year, New Year's resolution. We'll have some fun with that one. So much going on. We're going to continue the conversation at 10 o'clock.
All right, Dawn Show in about 6 minutes as we wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
First of all, I just want to say shout out to RN Delco, who says, can't take Greg. Please keep him off the mic. So thank you. Thank you, RN Delco. For proving my point. Richard Notaro wins Twitter. He says, when did Greg Stocker become an expert on women? Does he have a secret handbook he's not sharing with us? And Rosalie wins YouTube. She says, when abortion becomes the main reason someone picks a candidate, the country is truly doomed. I agree with all of this, and I'm sorry, Aaron Delco, if you don't like the truth, but how many times has abortion been on the ballot and the GOP has won?
Zero.
The answer is
why they have to pivot.
The answer is zero. So keep putting your head down and think that, you guys have this in the bag when you don't.
Okay.
Notice he said you guys.
You guys.
You people.
No, I didn't. That wasn't my point.
All right, that'll do it for us on this Thursday. Have a great rest of your day. The Dawn Show is coming up next, and we are back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And as the binder would say when she has nothing left to say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
This is Larry Steinhetz of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about investor schooling, please check out the over 160 five-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.